I was showing this
Small blind, big blind.
I wasn't really paying attention.
Hello, welcome in, guys. Thank you for tuning in to tonight's live stream. We are going to be watching some 1-2-5 No Limit Hold'em here at DogHouse Poker Club in Cypress, Texas.
Oh yeah.
Turn the lights on.
Thank you guys for tuning in here
Yeah,
at
1-2,
the
bring it in.
DogHouse live stream in Cypress, Texas.
My name is Josh. I'm accompanied by Dexter tonight. We're going to be accompanying you, going over some of these hands with y'all tonight, watching the action.
Oh, and let there be very cool.
And our first hand here, we got a few limps with some ace drags and some suited kings. And Colin decides to go ahead and raise it up out of the small blind to 15. I would like to see him go bigger here with his hand. Not a lot you're going to achieve here. Nobody's going to fold. Not getting any of the better hands out. As you can see, ace-8 does have him beat. So
no player with any hearts in their hands. Another 10 on the turn is going to see almost a sure chop between Colin and Danny's hand if this hand were to go to showdown.
And Wolf and Brody do have gut shots, but I don't think either of them will continue with no heart in their hand. And Colin just takes it down with the bet. Ace-8 just goes into the muck with no heart, thinking, 10 beats him, straights beat him, flushes beat him. So a little bit of a conservative fold there.
Can't win them all if you don't win the first one.
And guys, you can't see we do have a seat open, and we do have more players coming in. But if you guys would like to participate in this live stream, there is usually available seating. And if not, you can get yourself on a list. Just come on down to the DogHouse Poker Club in Cypress, Texas, and you can join in on this action.
Colin with another ace here, this time on the button. A little bit better position to raise it up than the small blind.
Yeah, I definitely would prefer the raise here.
And he did show that ace last hand, try to get himself a little bit of credit to start this game off.
Yeah, if they would have known he had ace-4, they would have thought secondly, but
Does get a call by Queen 10 here. And 3 is going to make a straight here for Colin now.
Backdoors into the gutty. And does not get paid off with his low end of the straight. And here you can see our chip counts, what all the players have bought in for, except for the first two hands. You can see Brutal River is in for the most with 600, and the majority of the players right behind him buying in for 500. We do have a couple of shorter stacks.
You guys both put it out, but he took it.
But the night is early. And we have the last previous weeks we ran the stream, it was a $500 cap buy-in at the start. Now we have increased the cap to $1,000, so that is to be noted.
I'm gonna make you my
9 points.
And here you can hear a little bit of taunting, trying to get people to come join the game.
Re-raise 20.
And Brutal River here with the king jack off, 40% of Broadway, going to bump it up on the button. And Wolf waking up with 2 10s here with the 3-bet. A little bit of a smaller 3-bet, but pretty standard. See a flop, see if King Queen can improve. And King Queen does improve to 3 kings.
7 bets 20.
And she does check it on over to the 10s, which we see a C-bet from. Now, looks like he is going to decide to put in the check raise here on the flop. I like mixing in a few flats here. When you're ahead, you're way ahead.
It's a pretty wet board though. Straight draws, flush draws out there.
What?
That is true. It is better to take him down sometimes with a bet.
TX Crate, thanks for popping in the YouTube chat. How you doing? Thanks for joining us. Evening to you as well.
Yeah, welcome all.
What are we doing over here in the 3 seed? We're doing some airplane magazine shopping. What's going on here? I don't think I've ever seen anybody bring a
5%.
catalog like that to a live stream poker game before.
Neither. I wonder if he's selling anything out of it. He could be trying to get his hustle on out there.
He didn't
Fair
have
enough.
shit earlier. April.
And Colin just decided not to get spicy with the 7 deuce. Sometimes we like to see players on the live stream have a little bit of fun. And Danny opened it up with a queen jack suited on the button.
Wow, just a call here from Jeff with the 2 kings.
Oh, Jeff does just come along here out of position. And they are going to go heads up to the flop, get the other 2 players out. So see if Danny can.
Heads up.
All spades. Terrible flop for Danny's hand.
Neither player has a spade. Jeff probably still liking his hand. He does still have kings.
Does check it over to Danny, who fires out for 50. Another call from Jeff here, and the 4th spade now.
Does give Danny a pair. He could think he might have showdown value. You can win at showdown here. Just looking to get to that point.
Check, check. Kings are going to take her down. Interesting how that hand played out.
That was.
I think this way, I think given what the flop came out, though, I think Jeff got probably the most value.
Rush on 12.
I think so too, because I think if he 3 bets, queen jack suited just goes into the muck there a lot of the time.
And if he takes the lead on the flop, then
can't
queen
get paid
jack's
off.
Diamonds just go straight to the muck. So
There's one of those weird
by
hands
checking
where
and allowing Danny to bet on the button there, he does get a little bit more value.
the ultra slow play does pay off.
Player's turn.
Well, we are glad to have you watching here with us, TX Crate. Everybody's got to start somewhere.
That's true. And we have many tournaments that go on here. Like tonight, we have a $60 buy-in, 3,000 guarantee. It is a great tournament, great turnout. So we do that on Thursdays now, which is a PLO version of that same tournament, and the Friday one is the no limit version.
10. I don't know. I think for a little while. 3 fold, 4 fold.
And then calling again, raising with one of the wheel offsuit aces.
5.
Early position this time under the gun +1 with the min click. Getting a few stragglers in with worse hands.
3 players.
8-9-5 on the flop here.
Bet 15.
Gut shot for Broad, pair for Wolf, air for Colin.
Wolf does go ahead and donk lead here with his middle pair, thinking that on this flop nobody should have a lot of anything better.
He's right.
Yep. I like him. I like that awareness of sensing.
Oh, he
when he
actually
has
had
those
a
hands.
double gutter here from Broad.
He did.
He could hit that 10 there, and he did hit that 10. And Wolf is going to continue firing out here.
Yeah,
Go
bro.
ahead and
Turning
cheat
the
card.
second nuts and just slow playing it.
Let's see if Wolf is going to continue his aggressive line here on a clean river. Ooh, does pair the board. That's not the greatest river for a pair of fives.
It's not a terrible river because it's a lot less likely that
$100
that Brody
he fires,
calls
looks
on-
like.
Bet
on the flop
95,
for
8
9,
calls.
So
Broad makes the snap call, shows him the bad news.
yeah. And I don't like our bet here by Wolf because he's only getting called by worse. He's never getting value, and I don't think he's ever getting better to fold. A 9's never folding, so the only hand that you're potentially getting to fold there is an 8 if the guy called you with an 8.
Well, it looks like Wolf's going to take a trip to the cage and get a little reload here after
That's
that.
hard. I don't think.
Yeah.
They want you to get in.
Okay.
I think he has enough showdown value to just try to check and get there that
I
time.
can
But
choke Chico.
decided to go ahead and go
I'll
for
take a
the
choke.
triple barrel, so, and we love to see.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Miggy P in the chat saying Jesse Wolf is his idol after playing that hand just like that. So there is an open seat, Miggy. Come play with your 0.9% VPIP. KP Fisher in the chat saying it looks like a table of easy money. That is some of our players' nicknames at the table.
7 is adding 440.
Sounds like Wolf is going to add on $440 to his stack here.
Reloading the barrel. And here we're
Five
on
ways to a flop. $10 a piece.
Colin flopping top
Three
and bottom.
players with a pair of nines here. Colin with two pairs, actually, yeah.
Danny with a gutty, and Brutal River with the open ender. One end of it would give him the absolute nuts to Broadway. Could also get an 8 for the one-liner. So we're probably going to get some action here for top and bottom pair.
$30 bet, 4 ways to a turn now. And there's that 8 you were talking about,
So
giving our 3-seat the straight.
Brutal River does get there with his ace-10. Not out of the woods yet. As you can see, Colin still has 6% equity to fill up, and Danny still has a higher gut shot with 9%, surprisingly, more than Colin's 2 pair. I guess because so many of his pair outs are gone. It's really hard for him to fill up here.
170, 165 is the bet. Danny's going to let it go. Broad's also letting this go for sure.
See what Colin decides to do with his top bottom. He's probably going to
He's
let it go.
got to let it go. There's
Yeah, no one really got a 10. Does show it, and it hits the muck. Let's see, does Brutal River show the ace or the 10? Oh, he does show the good one.
Yeah, he's got to buy himself some credit here early on, right? Looks like our game is filling up here. Looks like we've got Randon joining the game. And just in time for the PLO hand. That's a cool shirt, man.
Yeah.
Wish I could walk around wearing diapers.
Here you see our VP Appies so far.
Early on yet, but we're in there.
Still having some pretty decent activity as half of our players are above 50%. And for those who don't know, PLO is a game that stands for Pot Limit Omaha. The bettings are capped to what is inside the pot, so that is the maximum you can bet, is whatever is inside the pot at that time that you wish to bet it. And you get 4 cards, and it's just like Hold'em. We go to a normal board, but you must use 2 cards out of your hand. You can't use 1 card, you can't use 3, you can't use 4, you can't use none. You're forced to use 2 cards. So if you have just the ace of hearts in your hand with no other heart, and there's 4 hearts on the board, you do not make a flush. For our viewers that don't know anything about PLO, it's very popular here in Houston.
Jack 9-8 on the flop here. We do have the Wizard with a straight presently. Randon with the only flush draw out of all of these hands.
Brutal River's
Not
flop
a
middle
very
set.
good flush draw, but a flush draw still. And you see, even though the Wizard flopped a straight here, he is still not favorite equity-wise to win this hand.
No, with all the hands in currently, but once we see some folds, he might realize some more equity here with his hand.
Brutal River is actually favorite to win this hand.
And there is the flush draw coming in. With
Randon makes it.
With the gut shot straight flush draw at that. And
Which
now
we can
Wizard
see he's
and
not going to
Wolf are
get
dead.
because Brutal River does have the 6 of clubs in his hand. But he does have a flush, and that is currently the best hand. Man, he's all around that straight flush.
All around it.
And that's actually a really good card for Randon on the river there. Makes it that much more unlikely that another player has a flush.
And does decide to make the call with the 7.5 flush.
Strange line for Wizard to take here. The 4th club hitting the river with the straight.
Well, I think the way it's played, he doesn't put. I mean, it's hard not to put a player on a flush being four-handed in the hand, but the way he played it, he thinks maybe somebody might fold a small flush like the 7.5 flush here, or that in 3 checks and they bet, he's going to call with his straight, so he's going to do a blocker bet and try to save himself a pot size bet off.
Got it. Almost that straight.
There you hear him announce that you got it.
I'll just like call it down.
And here you can hear the players talking about whether he should have raced or not. He obviously cannot race. This hand
Somebody had that.
just never strong enough. only get called by worse. A straight never calls you. A set never calls you when you raise. A worse flush never calls you with that.
Big blind out. No, whatever you get done. Everything. 15 rip doesn't have to Great hand. Great. That's
Oh,
right.
how unfortunate. Looks like they're going to bet $15 and just run it out here.
Randy Winging with aces, just taking the maximum value he can.
That's the only way he was going to make any money on that hand.
Yep.
So, to explain what just happened there to some of you who may not understand, instead of when it just gets down to the blinds, a lot of times what players will do is they'll just chop their blinds. You know, they both take their blinds back and then they just move on to the next hand. Something that's become increasingly popular, I think more so here in Houston than anywhere else as of late, is instead of chopping, let's make a little interesting. Let's both put 10 bucks in, let's put 15 bucks in, and just run the cards out, and whoever wins, you know, makes a couple of bucks. And that's what happened there. Both players just put in $15, and they just ran all 5 cards out, and the best hand won.
That time being aces.
Unfortunately, it was aces, yeah. I mean, you look down at aces, and the guy next to you says, you just want to do 10 and run it. You almost have to just say yes, because if you say no, they're just going to fold, right?
Yeah. It's a lot better than him looking at you and be like, hey, you want to chop it?
Right.
Chop with aces a time or two. Does happen.
All right, looks like Colin is going to bump it up here to $10, excuse me, $30 on the button with king at 10. And everybody's calling. We're going to go 5 ways to a flop here.
I'd like to have seen a 3-bet here from Bro with his ace-queen played as such. You don't want to go 5 ways to a flop with ace-queen. And here Wolf flopping a gutter with 2
Well, actually,
overs.
now that I think about what happened, is Danny opened the action to $10 with his deuces. And Bro just called. Oh, it could have been a straddle. Yeah, it could have been a straddle.
And Wizard here with the commanding lead in equities with his open ender and 1 live overcard. Or no, I'm sorry, it's 9. It's not live. I would give Wolf the nuts. 9 would be a disaster for Colin too. Knowing that his straight draw could be no good, he gets rid of it.
Wolf with a gutter to the nuts as well. Going to make the call, and we're going to be heads up. Straight draw versus straight draw. And a jack now for Wolf is going to give him the lead, but it does give the Wizard a few more outs.
And Wizard continuing his aggression here. Wolf might just throw his jack in the muck, thinking that's probably not good, and he does go ahead and get rid of it.
Wow. His hand improves, and he folds. He must know something we don't. Or we know something that he doesn't, like the cards of the other players holding.
That's probably it. We got some Bro fans in the chat.
I'm sorry, let me off.
I was thinking 2 pairs.
It was a low end, so.
Low end, man. 24. That would make more than
Nicole, do you really expect anything else? I'd be willing to gamble that Jesse does not have the lowest VPEP currently, but I bet he's number 2 in the lowest VPEP.
I believe you'll be right. Did you see his triple barrel with bottom pair though, Nicole? That was
Yeah, that looked nice.
that did look nice.
Until he
ran into it.
Ran into it, had to rebuy. Uh-oh, aces for Wizard. 3-betting to $22. Action over to Colin now with 2/10. Probably a call here. But what do I know? He's going to raise it up.
Does decide to come in with the full.
Looks like 65? $60, just 60.
Small 4-bet, see where he's at. And Danny here with the king queen off, facing this action. Wizard could always come back over the top, and does decide to go ahead and cold call. So
Looks like I'm nervous. 300.
Wow.
and now Wizard springing into action, making a big 4-bet here with $300.
This is always only kings or aces. A 5-bet to 300.
Thank you.
I mean, what could you have besides aces or kings here?
I mean, I guess you could argue that some really great players have ace king here, but I don't think that's what's going on here. I think almost all the time.
From this player, it's always
it's
aces or kings.
Yeah.
No, that's for you, bro. You're gonna need another one by the time you do that thing.
Now Colin mulling over, thinking that even if he's up against ace king, it's just a flip, so waits for a better spot. And now Danny here just can't do anything with king queen off. I mean, he looks like he's counting chips out the call, but wow, he does decide to stick the call in. That's very surprising. He came here to gamble. So this is the DogHouse live stream at DogHouse Poker Club in Cypress, Texas. So if you want to come and get a part of this action, there's always a list waiting for your name in this stream. Putting it in $350 pre-flop, over 110 big blinds with king queen off.
So actually, Danny's raise there was actually a 6-bet.
Yeah.
A 6-bet pre-flop.
6-bet jam. See if he can improve. The paired board does not help.
I
his
didn't
hand.
hear
It's
if they
very
agreed
bad.
to run it more than once here. And that is going to seal the deal for this run, at least. If they decided to run it more than once, I haven't heard yet. Nope, they're just going to run it one time, and that's going to do it.
Yeah, I think Wizard decided to run once here for the Aces Beat promotion. So here at the DogHouse Poker Club, we have a promotion where if you get your aces cracked, we have a wheel on the wall with a maximum payout of $400 that you get to
Brush on table 12.
I'm getting your aces cracked, because we all know that feeling, and it's not a good one.
Yeah. Unless your name's Dexter, then you just land on better luck next time.
Exactly. Better luck next time.
No, I'm just kidding. We don't actually. That is not an option on our wheel.
We do have a merch.
Something.
You can win some merch.
Yeah.
Take your DogHouse hoodie home.
Coffee cup, shot glass, flash drive, money clip.
We got a lot of merch.
We got a lot of merch. Yeah.
500.
Guys, I appreciate you guys for having me, but I'm going to leave y'all with Josh. I've got to go deal this game, so y'all will be seeing me very shortly.
And I got a
All right. We'll see you back here soon, Dexter.
I had the ace of spades. I did have the redraw on there.
Spades are dead.
Yeah, I got 9, 12, 8, 12, 9, 12, 1, 2, 3, 12, 10. Eventually.
Looks like Danny is reloading for $500 here. Wolf straddled under the gun for $10 here. Action now to Jeff with ace-7 of diamonds. He's going to make the call. And Wolf checks his option. 4 ways to a flop now. 7, 8, 8. 2 spades.
5 check, 7 check, 9 check.
Jeff does flop best here,
But
but action checks around to Brutal River, who's going to bet
5
here
calls, 7 calls.
with Jack 9. Jeff and Wizard both make the call here.
5 check, 9 check. 3 bets, 20. 5 calls. Sorry about that, bro. Thank you, sir.
Steven is going to take this one down.
I'm not sure if Then you get the 100 back.
Wizard here with ace 4 of diamonds. That's good enough for a call.
One raise 15. Two fold. Four fold.
And now we're going to
Fold.
see
Five fold.
a raise from Brutal River
Seven.
here with the king, queen of
Nine
hearts.
call.
$15. We're going to go 3 ways to a flop here.
Nine check.
7 deuce 3. Not exactly the action flop these players were looking
Nine
for.
check.
It's going to check around for another 7 on the turn. And again, for a 5 on the river, giving Wizard a wheel. Unfortunately, neither player has anything to call with here.
Great call.
I spoke wrong. He's going to get a call from King High.
Thank you, sir.
There's a look at our VPIP so far throughout the stream. Jeff at the bottom end with just 25%. Colin at the top end with 75%. And if you are unfamiliar with what VPIP is, it stands for voluntarily put in pot. So those percentages were the percentage of times that players have voluntarily placed chips into the pot. So basically anytime they put chips into the pot that is not a blind. So a straddle would count towards that, a raise, a call. Just not blinds.
Three fold.
And looks like Wizard's going to bump it up to $12 here with the ace-10 of hearts under the gun.
Five call.
Action now to Wolf with two
Seven,
tens.
raise,
Going to raise it
7-5.
up to $75.
Eight fold.
In the small blind, out of position.
Nine fold. Two fold.
Open seat, Gary.
Five fold.
Gary, we got a seat for you.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, that's boring.
And that's going to be good enough to take this one down. Wolf's going to add about $50 of dead money to his stack.
Two and eight.
And it looks like we've got another Omaha hand for y'all.
Three call. Four call. Seven calls, eight calls, nine.
Looks like
Yeah.
everybody's just going to call. And we're going to go 8 ways to a flop here.
Eight players.
Ace, 9, 5
Eight
with
check,
2
nine check.
spades.
One check.
Brutal River with a
15.
nut flush draw here. Currently has the most
Call.
equity in this hand. Randon with 2 pair.
Seven calls.
Broad contemplating here,
9 call.
letting it go.
1 call.
Now 6 players remain to the turn. And it is the 10 of clubs, now giving Danny the nut flush draw in clubs.
Not working.
As well as 2 pair for Colin. Randon coming out here with a big bet. $50 with 2 pair here, the best 2 pair presently.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. 3 call. 4 call. 5 fold, 9 fold.
And Colin going to make that call as well. 4 ways now to the river, which is the Jack of Diamonds, giving Brutal River the nuts, not in the fashion he was expecting.
Okay.
He did have the nut flush draw, but ended up with the nut straight here, Broadway on the river. I imagine we'll see a big bet from him.
3 bet.
175 or so, it would appear.
75.
And that is confirmed, 175. Action now to Danny with just 1 pair of aces. He's going to have to let this one go, likely. Colin still in the hand. He does have 2 pair. Not good enough for Colin. Randon made a bigger 2 pair on the river here, but he's got to imagine that's no longer any good. There were several straights completed here. 7-8 was also completed, as well as the king-queen that we can see Brutal River has here.
Let it go, man.
Well, you know how I played on the tournament. I'll be here shortly.
I'll start now.
Just got started, huh? Going in for 30
Queen
spot.
king,
35 bucks.
spade redraw.
I have a nice spade redraw.
I had heart.
But I had action thing on hard. Oh my god. Yeah, I would have the whole board. Just not straight through. Just a good head of the tab. Oh, looks like a good. That's great.
Yeah, that's happening, man. Oh, shit. What's up, bro? What's up, bro? Oh, my God. Speaking for one pro, huh? To the next. Yeah.
All right, guys, joining me here is Eric. He is the dealer that you actually currently see on the screen. And he is back here taking a break from dealing to chat with me and y'all.
Hello, hello, everyone. It's kind of weird seeing myself on camera.
800. 1 raise 25.
Is it weirder hearing yourself talk on camera? Or seeing yourself?
The bald spot on the back of my head. It's horrible.
3 call.
Got that radio voice, though. I think, maybe.
All right, we did see a 3-bet from Colin to $25 here with Ace Jack and a call from Brutal River with King 10. Action flop here, open-ended for Steven in the 3-seat. A pair of jacks for Colin. And now a 3rd club on the turn, pairing the board as well.
So open-ended with a flush draw for Steven, and it did get checked around.
The best hand's going to hold up. That doesn't happen very often.
Doesn't seem that way.
I was running good. Is there Wi-Fi? There is.
Pre-flop aggression. Colin and sequence.
Cold.
Sounds about right.
Got like zeros for O's.
Jeff and Brody there.
Doghouse.
Both have been pretty passive today,
So,
so far, but the night's still young.
and the E is, yeah, I think so.
will say, dealing with those cards is difficult.
Yeah.
They're much thicker than the average playing card.
It's kind of like weightlifting while you're working, right?
Yes.
For your fingers.
Somebody's watching it?
Right.
So the
Jeff
commentator
here
in
with
there,
King, Queen of
when you were
clubs.
looking through your magazine, he was like, "Man, what's the airplane catalog shop?"
Oh my God. What's it called? Go on the airplane and they give you that catalog.
Hear them?
Sky Mall. Sky Mall.
You can hear them?
Yeah, the commentator.
He's on the later.
It's 30 minutes behind. But from earlier when he was flipping through the magazine.
3-4, 3-4. Three players.
Find out who the hell's from.
Jeff did raise it up here. I think that's the first raise we've seen from Jeff tonight. Did bump it up to $15 with the King, Queen of clubs.
Completely whiffed this flop.
Completely. He does have a backdoor flush draw, but not going to be good enough to continue on a $20 bet here.
This is a quick fold, no hesitation, no thought.
And we're going to get more of the Colin and Steven show here. Seems like these two are continuously battling it out here.
Check, check to the river.
Oh, there's Jeff's king on the river.
There it is.
That's 25.
Thank you for the kind words in the Facebook chat, Manuel. Much appreciated.
Watch on table nine.
It looked like a little milk that.
When Nicole asked, what is Colin thinking?
I think he was thinking about the pot and wanting to win the pot, would be my guess. He could have had a 3 there. He'd had 4 deuce. It's not too far-fetched to think he had 3-4 or 3 deuce.
If I recall, he was in the small blind in that hand, too. It wasn't too much of a raise. If I recall right. So, seeing a 3 there is possible.
It's possible. Unlikely.
You probably would have seen a bet on the turn.
I think you have enough showdown value there. You can probably just check.
Give yourself a chance to win 2 different ways.
Five fold seven. One bet safe.
Now you're making this.
2 fold.
I want money back.
3 fold.
Good hand, too.
Do see an open here from Colin to $30 on the button with ace king offsuit. 2 callers, and the flop's going to come. Queen, queen, tray with 2 hearts. Nut flush draw for Danny. And he is betting.
Colin called it. So now it's just heads up. Danny bets, Colin folds.
That's about what happens every time I play ace king. Like that exact scenario.
You raise, get called by 2 different people.
Yeah.
Have to fold by the turn.
Yeah.
It's
Every
on
time.
Space City. Seen that on ESPN or one of the. It's pretty wild how they, all these obstacles running through. I'm surprised, like, I've never seen like a series finger. I don't know how they don't. Yeah.
Line, please.
Jeff's going to open it up to $10 here with ace 6 of diamonds.
9 raise 35.
I remember this hand.
1 fold.
Ooh.
2 fold.
Hello.
3 fold.
2 kings for Wizard. Bumping it up to 35.
He was very clear. He said, the Wizard.
Excuse me. The one and only Wizard that there's ever been. Action flop. Nut flush draw for Jeff.
9 bet 40.
A lot of outs there. The gray, assuming, is the one that outs that are already gone.
Correct. Those cards have been folded.
Ooh, now he hits a pair with his flush draw.
More outs.
Yeah.
$100 bet and call.
I know. It's social. I can't even talk to you.
Wow. Whiffed
If I can
it.
hear me, then I can hear you.
There he goes. Check and check on the river. Was Wizard thinking possibly Jack 9 there? I don't think so. He shouldn't have Jack 9
Yeah,
there.
I mean, I think you're definitely getting calls there from a lot worse hands when you bet on the river. In this scenario, he's not getting a call no matter what he does. But, you know, I think a lot of times there, you're definitely getting worse hands to call. A queen, ace, queen, king, queen, you know, hands like that. You should definitely be targeting for some value on the river there.
Yeah, I think a missed bet's there for sure.
Eight calls, 9 calls.
Looks like we've got a straddle under the gun here from Wolf. Rarely misses a straddle, this one.
Two raise. 5. Seven. 3 players.
3 players to see the flop. 35 pre-flop. Ace 9 10 on the flop. 2 diamonds. Randon here in seat 2 with the nut flush draw and a pair. Seat 3 has the open-ended. And Brood has just a 10. Brood makes the laydown to a $30 bet. Pair and nut flush draw versus an open-ended. Now open-ended with the flush draw. Action turn.
that's a very big action turn. Looks like it's actually going to slow the action down here, though.
Check, check. And an 8 on the river. Meaningless pair.
I mean, the pair might not be meaningless. Maybe Steven's putting Randon on a missed flush draw here, which is what he has. Just happens to have an ace with it. That might be enough to make him call. He did call with king high earlier, as we saw. Or you weren't in here yet.
I was not in here yet.
I started to re-raise it. I had a 10.
Randon did tell him to pick a card to look at.
He showed the 4.
And showed the 4
I
diamond.
saw that scene in
30 minutes.
You think if I was in the hand,
That's what I was thinking.
where I'm at.
That's what I was thinking about. I was like, I know I ain't got the best card right now, but if I re-raised it, I might.
Oh my god.
I had a king 10. But I didn't have a diamond. That's why I looked back. I would have just in case call.
I should have.
I was gonna re-raise. I wasn't gonna blackball that.
I thought you were about
And I was like, man, I don't want to get caught. I know he got the
my
ace.
diamonds too.
Hey, get back in. Corey Martin.
Eight top there with. It got worse.
8 calls, 9 calls.
Lock in. Table 9. Corey Martin. Corey Martin. Here,
Raise 30. 4.
Oh, can I have another hard one? I like you picking the
So raised to 30 by Steven in C3 with pocket 7s. Danny gives him a look on with the button. Does flop the best of it.
Great check.
What the?
4 bet under.
Steven's never afraid to hide his emotions.
No.
$100 bet. A little bit.
Into a $60 pot.
A little bit of an overbet.
He did have the doghouse hand, the
He
K9.
Way to go.
Nine, please. Playing. Got serious.
Because they're trying to look for the boot.
Sounds like we've got a PLO hand coming up here. 4 cards for everybody. Double the cards, double the fun. I think that's how that works, right?
It's actually quadruple the fun. You have
Well,
4 cards.
Yeah, but it's double the cards
No,
you normally get.
That's definitely quadruple the fun.
Quadruple would be like 8 cards.
See, you're thinking too much into it.
Okay,
It's
fair
not
enough.
It's not mathematics here, buddy.
Okay.
Tequila, chill with a lime, please. Silver. Silver? Yeah.
Raise 15, 3 call. 4 call.
Hey, there's a new player.
Yes.
So
He
ace,
is
king, queen,
action at the
ace with
table.
1 suit raises it to 15. Seat 3 calls. 4 calls.
Say now you
5
get
folds.
done. Really stuck.
7 calls, 8 calls.
Wolf. I think those cards might as well have been blank. He's calling.
He said we're really stuck.
Players. 7 check, 8 check.
8 jack king on the flop here with just 1 suit.
Danny here with the most
Bet
equity,
35.
actually, with 2 pair and a flush draw. The only flush draw out of the hands.
I'm sorry, sweetheart.
Looking for 10, 3 calls.
Brandon bets with his gutter and 1 pair, or 2 pair, excuse me, king 8.
7 calls.
Steven calls with a pair and open-ended. And not the good
I
open-ended.
was just about to say the same thing. That's the wrong side of the open-ended.
Speaking of the wrong side of the open-ended, Broad hits his straight with a straight flush draw to go along with it. And Colin now turns the nut flush draw in clubs as well.
This did get, he
Was
potted it.
that was a pot size
Yeah,
bet?
he
Okay.
did. He potted at 265. Colin did move all in. Or no, he didn't. I'm sorry. Excuse me. It says all in the call. I can't read. He has no gutter here. Just a flush draw and a pair.
Yeah, top pair, top kicker,
And he moved all in.
and an all in. That's what he's got.
Maybe I foresaw it happening. I don't know.
Well, I mean, you did deal the hand, so.
Reading your pocket.
KP saying it could be 4 times the misery. You see?
Well, we're definitely going to see here on this river. It's probably going to be misery for somebody.
That's true.
There you are. Twice?
Now they're agreeing to how many times they want to run it.
Yeah, that's it.
Running it twice. Shows the nuts. And the nuts wins the first board. And the river on the second one hits that club.
They'll both make about 80 bucks.
Brood had blockers there. On top
Sorry,
of
what you
it.
want to go buy?
And took one of the clubs away as well. Like the jack clubs.
Nicole, you foresaw wrong, young lady. They ran it twice. No brush needed yet. Give us a couple more hands. Uh-oh. Shots have arrived for at least 2 of our guests here. Oh, that's not a shot. That's just a drink.
No,
Oh,
shots-
it's accompanied by a shot. There we
He's
go.
got 2 in the club also.
Shots are there.
You hit a push there too on the second board? You also hit a push? Hit the flush on the second board. Yeah.
Corn dog. You want the you put in there is corn dog. Hey, you want corn dog? K-O-R-N-D-O-G-G. Like Snoop's cousin.
Like Snoop's cousin.
Be Snoop's cousin.
Yeah, that last hand there, Colin was risking
Welcome
quite a
the
bit
dog
just
to the
the
table.
flush draw.
Yeah. I mean, his pair's never good, and I think if he makes a second pair, that's never good. Like,
Yeah, he has
Broad
to-
has the straight there
he has to
100% of the time.
Right, he has to know he has an A straight, whether it was Queen 10 or 10-7.
I would feel much more comfortable putting my whole stack in on the flop with 2 cards to come with a nut flush draw. Obviously, that wasn't the case here. So I don't think I'm putting my whole stack in there with just a flush draw.
Nor would I.
Five fold, 6 fold. 7. 8 fold.
The Wizard makes it 45.
With 2 9s in the big blinds.
45.
Probably trying to get some of these nonsense hands out of here.
3 players.
But they called.
Of course they did.
King
King 10 tray. Pair of 10s for Broad, going to be best here.
He checked, bet. Continue with the aggression there. The Wizard making a good play. I like the play,
Yeah.
personally.
I mean, if you're going to, 45 was pretty big pre-flop. I feel like if you're going to open that big, which is about the amount I think that he's opened when he's had aces or kings previously, and those hands did go to showdown. So I think you're going to open up that big. You have to continue the same as you would the other
Represent the
hands.
king that
Yeah.
hits the flop there. I mean, it's a good bet.
Definitely good enough to take it down here.
Last week is deciding to do the
Opposite. Absolute opposite. I didn't actually
And
watch last
he was
week.
just
Be a
telling
little more
you right
aggressive.
there, he's like, whatever I did last week, I'm doing the opposite. I think that's the George Costanza theory of poker.
Yeah.
Whatever you
Sorry,
do,
Daddy.
do the opposite. That's what I tell people about my sports betting. If I pick something in sports bet, do the opposite. You'll win.
See, I just don't sports bet.
I stopped it now. I just like to give advice.
Doing it this
I
week.
tell everybody to do the opposite of whatever I think is going to happen. I do like fantasy football, though. Love fantasy football. It's coming up. All the drafts are going to be coming up here.
Yeah.
Corey's not at the table? Oh. He didn't win a hand, though.
Played one. 8 raised 35, 9. 1 player.
$35 raise here from Broad on the button with ace jack. One caller, and the one caller smashes the flop.
Queen 6, raised to 12.
8 bet 55.
Under the gun with
Yeah.
Queen 6 suited.
Broad now drawing dead, but still continuing. $85 now. Love the heart.
Yeah. Never a good feeling. Drawing dead.
No.
You know, it's funny to commentate the hands that I remember like dealing. And then I get to see what they actually had.
Right.
Too close.
Well, thanks for ruining it for us. That's going to imply this hand doesn't go to showdown.
didn't have to like point it out. I'm just saying.
100.
It is a really nice feeling to raise with a hand like that. Call a 3-bet and then just smash it on the flop. That's a good feeling.
Mm-hmm.
You always no, but if you want to win.
Five fold, 6 fold, 7 fold, 8 fold.
So here we go to another hand. Danny just flat
One
opened to 50. When you're playing 1-2 and you open to 50, you're not going to get too many callers very often there.
My bad. Yeah, I thought you were third. My bad.
VP
Man.
The VP chart there, Jeff at the bottom. He's at 30 though. He's at 29%. That's. It seems like he's more active than what he is. I think he's being very passive though. He's a lot of limping for him or just calling.
How much playing?
Oh, now?
Yeah, that's what he told me.
Like 539.
539. 10. Alright, 2 fold, 3 fold, 4 fold, 5 fold, 6 fold, 7 fold, 8 fold, 9 fold, 1 raise, 40.
Calling with king queen off, raising it to 40 here. Danny with jack 9 off is going to make this call. There was a $10 straddle on the button in his hand. And now Broad in seat 8 here is making the call with 7-6 off. So every hand live. King, queen, deuce. Looks like Colin's smashing this one. With position on top of that. And a guy betting into him.
4 bets, 20, 8 fold.
So Danny's looking for a 10 and a 10 only here. Colin rightfully just calls the flop. Danny bets 75. Now Colin says enough of this. Let's make it 200. And this is where the theatrics begin. He has no intention on calling. He can't. He eventually makes the laydown, the right laydown. Well, but earlier in the stream, he did call off his stack with king queen off pre-flop, so he does eventually make the right laydown. So off to the next hand we go. assume Jeff is going to raise on this hand with ace queen. He did not.
Seven fold, pair calls, eight fold, nine fold, one fold. Two calls, three calls, four.
Four ways to a
Four
flop.
cards.
Only limping in. Kings here limped in. Jesse, that's a little surprising.
There, 3 bets 20.
Steven bets 20.
5, 12. 7 raise 90. 2
You
fold.
know, Jeff says, watch this. Makes it 90. It's a pretty big flop for Steven there. Pair and a flush draw.
Three fold.
Makes a tough laydown.
Never saw that coming, did you?
Now.
Well, nobody was calling a raise. So I was like,
Hey, they cut them.
I'm gonna win $3 if I bet it.
Yeah, you raised.
Jesse said nobody was going to call a raise.
related to
I had 5 deuce of clubs.
Seat
Man.
5 there. Jeff most likely would have
Hit
called a
the
raise.
deuce with the flush draw.
How many
He
times
doesn't
have you
know
heard
that.
that?
But I got
But
The deal is.
he would have.
Tyson?
I don't know.
You want over there?
Yeah.
No.
Thought y'all were maybe like cousins.
Nah.
Well, now I get out of the box here. Now we have Dexter getting into the box. One of the regular dealers for the stream. Four ways to a flop. Ace, ace, deuce. I mean, Steve hits a deuce, but and he bets it. Checked around to him, so it doesn't hurt to throw out a small bet to see where you're at. Broad makes the call with
Check.
a queen high. To the river. Steven's pair of deuces holds up.
I think I only got showdown money. Something like that.
There,
I got queen high.
It says, I think I have showdown value. Sir, you do have showdown value.
Wow.
Check queen. Suit it.
That was my straddle.
It's a questionable call by Broad there with, on the flop with queen high. No
Dr.
clubs.
Pepper coming on.
But to each their own. That's why I love poker so much.
Absolutely.
I've always said it's why I love poker, because there is no one correct way to play it. There are ways to play it that are better than others, but even the other ways can get the result you want.
Absolutely. And now we've got 4 cards. Omaha
You know what? I don't even know how to spell PLO.
Yeah, me either. Ooh, that's a pretty hand.
That is a nice hand calling there.
$30 looks like he's going to bump it up to.
Well, it'd be pretty hard to make it 30.
25 it is. He tried to make it 30.
I don't want to call you out or anything.
See it.
He put 30.
Fireworks.
He was corrected, though. The same way I was corrected.
Good. You got to teach these youngins.
Hey, look, you're not dealing anymore.
Hey, I'm not dealing anymore. Now I actually don't know what happens on the hand. So we had to raise to 25. 4 players to see a flop here. 497 Rainbow. 2 pair with Randon. And a top set for Steven.
Yeah, Randon's going to need to catch running 4s to win.
Yeah.
Which is impossible.
Or straight.
Yeah, he'd have to catch a running straight. That's what his 1% of equity is running straight.
Right.
Oh, I don't need it.
So there was a bet by Steven with top set. No, I'm sorry. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Randon bet 50. Steven only calls. Yeah. I like the only call there. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
That's disgusting.
That's gross.
I don't like the only call there anymore. This is.
I liked it. I mean, it sucks because quite honestly, Colin could have folded that.
Louisiana.
I mean, he just having an overpair, but he goes checks around.
Players with a 10 in their hand, so no possible straights. Colin essentially with the nuts here, betting $75, and we'll probably see a call from Steven.
Yep, quick call.
His name is Kevin.
Grossness.
Yeah, that was pretty gross. That turn card was.
In all reality, though, the turn and the river did straighten out the board quite a bit, which in turn made it really impossible for Steven to lose all of his chips there.
Right. Right, yeah. And with that, neither one of the players holding a 10, it makes it more likely that somebody can have that straight.
Yes,
So that's why you're not going to see a raise.
My money, if I want
Right.
to take a minute.
Hey, Vanessa in the YouTube chat, thank you for your question. She asked how many people usually watch the streams. Our live streams are broadcasted over 3 different platforms. We live stream to Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube. And at any given time when we're live, we typically average around 30 viewers or so.
Not enough. Tell your friends.
Tell your friends, tell everybody. This is
Subscribe,
a
like.
relatively new stream. We've only been rocking for a couple of months. We're definitely trying to grow our audience.
Tell your friends to watch. Tell your friends to subscribe and like.
Yeah, and then tell your friends to come and play too.
That would, yeah, for sure.
Sneaky flush draw for Danny here, and a wheel draw as well, and a banger of a song that just came on. I don't know if y'all can hear that at home or not, but it is a very good one.
King's going to hold up. Flush and straight never came in. Danny's playing a little wider than I thought he was.
Yeah.
I mean, the Jack-9 hand that he had earlier.
Well, I don't think you were in here yet. You were dealing the hand, actually, but ended up being
where he went all in pre-flop with King-Queen offsuit?
Yeah, when Wizard had aces.
Yeah. I remember.
But when he went all in, he was facing a 5-bet to 300.
Right.
And he 6-bet jammed to like 400, whatever it was.
340.
Yeah.
I don't know why I remember that.
Sometimes we remember the weird things, you know?
The wizard just says, if it's more, I call. Immediately, I knew he had aces.
If it's more, I call. Wow. Queen 10-10, open-ended for Colin. Air for Wolf.
Check. Check down.
Colin with the not surprising call. Now hits the jack, takes the lead.
And now makes a full boat on the river.
I'd imagine Wolf folds pretty quick, which he did.
This food looks amazing. We've got tacos on the right. We've got steak and mac and cheese on the left. A salad on the other side of the table. I think some meatloaf as well.
You're making me hungry.
Well, that just shows you how extensive our menu here is at the Doghouse.
I like the Philly cheesesteak here.
It is very good. Very good. Also, the catfish po' boy. It's phenomenal.
Is it?
Yeah. My favorite, which I actually just ordered when I was away, is the patty melt. But you got to add jalapenos. Makes the whole meal.
Does it?
Check down.
6.
Now in development, Steven turning open-ended.
That shot for Wolf he folded.
Right on the dime.
And Colin has nothing. And folds.
Steven betting with the best hand, or the worst hand, excuse me, and taking it down.
You could have got him slight left or not. Well played, sir. Well played.
Which hand did Colin win that money on? Or did he add on?
Well, he chopped the one hand where the Omaha hand where he got it in with the flush draw.
Yeah.
And then he won another one.
I
don't remember the hand.
Yeah, no.
I don't remember him ever getting up to $900 there.
Did Colin
He
ever
must
add
have
on?
added on.
Yes, did confirm he did add on. He bought the chips. That's how he got them.
It's always a way to get them.
Broad here, 3-betting to $20 with Jack 10 of spades. Very pretty looking hands. Flops well a lot of the times.
It's always easier to win at the ATM machine.
Yes, Adam always pays out. And just as we say, Jack 10 flops well. It does flop well here. Danny going to take a stab at it, though, for $25 with a pair of fives and a backdoor flush draw. And now $80 from Broad here with the Jack 10.
Or probably $80, I would imagine. Yep, it did.
Hell yeah.
No, it's good.
For those of you who are unaware of our promotions here at DogHouse Poker Club, each player does get one free meal per visit when they play cash games here at DogHouse. Also have your choice of complimentary adult beverages while you play in our cash games.
Shot, 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 shot.
Yes, everybody. At this table, it appears only 4 of us are doing shots tonight, though. If alcohol's not your thing, excuse me, adult beverages are not your thing, we do have all of the other soft drinks and non-adult beverage items as well, and those are complimentary as well.
Smokehouse.
Snacks throughout the room. I mean, that's nice, especially after the kitchen closes late at night.
Absolutely.
Getting those stacks are great.
Looks like we threw 10 in and just ran it here. Both players seems like they put in $10 and no more betting, just ran the card deal. Rather than chopping the blinds, this way somebody wins money, right?
I'll do it.
Money. Just full of little songs.
Next hand, we're going to be playing some Omaha.
The anticipation, I can feel it.
And if cash games aren't your things, guys, then we do have tournaments here every day, at least one tournament every day. Tonight's tournament was a $60 buy-in, $3,000 guaranteed Hold'em tournament. I chose to name that one the Bankroll Builder. Nice, affordable tournament where you can win some serious money and build up a bankroll. Currently,
and if you play like some of our players, lose your bankroll.
Yeah, that too. Well, that's not the object, but... Blind versus blind here on the flop. King, Jack, 8. And a bet's going to take it down.
Queen 6 might be the hand of the night, it looks like.
Yeah, maybe so.
What up, homie? How you doing? Tell me, buddy.
Ooh. Steven giving us a song here.
Even though it's not ever happened. In your hand?
Oh yeah, the promotion.
Like it really been.
Only hit on the last day.
I've been at table with somebody before Jack. Pretty rare, but I think it's cool.
Here goes the PLO hand. So we had a button straddle, it looked like, and a bunch of callers.
I'll check it.
No strong hands here.
Jack 8 deuce on the flop. Looks like the best hand is going to be Colin with Jack 8 deuce flopping a mirror. But Danny taking a stab at it here, betting $20 with top pair, top kicker, backdoor flush draw. Broad making the call with a pair of kings, backdoor straight draw. And Colin bumping up to 100 now.
Danny snap called it.
Wow. Ten of clubs on the turn.
Gives more outs to Danny. All the kings are gone. He doesn't know that, but
just a 3-1 dog now. Big bet here from Colin. $150. You see Danny would need to hit a queen, 10, or a 9 to take down this pot here.
I know.
He initially would have been able to hit all of the other cards you see on the top of your screen, but we know back here in the booth that those cards have already been folded one way or the other.
I mean, because you could also have.
And it looks like we are going to get a call for the remainder of Danny's chips here. Needing to catch queen, 10, 9.
Don't like the call.
No, I mean, he only wins here 22% of the time, as we can see here. And wow, that's going to do it. He counterfeited it. That's disgusting. What a brutal river card for Colin's hand here.
Yeah.
2 pair pairs the board to counterfeit the 2 pair of Colin.
You gotta love PLO.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right.
Colin's still confused.
Either way, that is about a $600 pot going Danny's way.
Yep.
The full double up, as they say.
That one's rough.
Yeah.
That one's really rough. You have just a hammer
Big
lock
bar.
on it.
And there's a look at our chip counts. The Wizard leading the pack here with $1,200 in front of him.
He's won most of that, too. He's only in for 1 bullet.
Yeah, I think he's in for 500 is what he started with, 4 or 500.
He did start with 5, yeah. The ace's hand was a big hand for him.
7 raised, 1 for 5.
Absolutely, yeah.
He won with kings as well. Now Wolf taking the 3-bet with ace-king off. Broad makes the call. The Wizard with the suited 1-gapper makes the call as well.
Oh, yeah. 7-bet beating.
Wizard does flop a gutter ball here.
Hey, this kind of board is actually a board that you should continue on.
Yeah,
with
for sure.
7-5.
Like that flop is never hitting.
Even if he has aces.
Right.
Right? You know you're behind. You're not looking for the pair. You're looking for the pivot card to hit a diamond. Obviously, a 6 is a gen card. But if you do hit a pair on top of that, you can see what he does. He's first to act. You have position on him.
Not on YouTube yet.
Yeah, if you're calling pre-flop, calling 25 pre-flop with 7-5 of diamonds, and you hit a flop like that and don't continue to 1-bet, why are you calling in the first place?
Agreed.
Yeah, I definitely think you make the call there and reevaluate on a turn card. But like we were saying earlier, each to their own. That's what makes this game so great.
Yeah, I just think if you
Call.
I think as you were saying, if you make that call pre-flop, you get that flop,
One, I think.
and you don't continue,
Yeah, you may as well have just
you
folded
just
pre-flop.
wasted
Yeah.
the money that you just called pre-flop. Like, obviously you can flop better, but that flop's not bad
Right.
for the hand.
It's hard to flop great with 7-5 of diamonds, right?
That's true.
Battle of the aces here. And the one that has a pair with it is going to take it down. And wins the button. Looky there.
Have you seen what I had earlier?
He can't hear you.
Have you seen what I had earlier when it was heads up?
Just now, yeah. I was bluffing for the shit out of it.
Did you really?
Yeah. I didn't have nothing. I was like, heck here, I'm losing because I don't have anything. I already got it like 100 something in here. I'm like,
Yeah. I figured that I thought that river card kind of screwed me over because it's like
that's what.
it was a
Did I
one card
bet the
straight.
river again? I think I did.
No. I bet 100
You
and
did.
he folded.
And I was
So
like-
I was like, that was my only way to maybe get value to get a queen.
Yeah, that was a good hand. The one time I
I
tried
was
to
reading
do something.
KP's comments, but I was just looking at his little logo.
I got
and
lucky.
Oh yeah.
Looks kind of like a Buffalo Bill and a Detroit Lions symbol behind it.
Yeah.
Usually
KP,
I
what's
wouldn't even
that
call it
profile
35.
picture you
Well,
got?
I mean, because I bumped it up 12.
Yeah. So I
Under
was
the
like, let me
gun.
3-bet it.
And then you made it 35. I was like, it's only
That's
like
all good.
15,
You
16.
can grab it.
Yeah.
I see the
Shitty
Bills
call.
logo
I know
there
how
for
we
sure.
can cheat.
I said it looks like it. Oh, it's the New York symbol behind it.
Ah.
That's what it is. The state of New York.
Coming in, Cordy.
I was wondering what was behind the Bills emblem. And the Bills, so sorry. I won't say any more than that.
Yeah, we're not here to talk politics, guys. Strictly poker here.
You don't know how difficult it is for me not to say something right now. I'm just keeping it in. Ask my wife, and she might be watching. She'll tell you I'm not one to stay quiet.
But hey, on that note, is New York the only state to have 3 NFL teams? Or no, Florida has 3 NFL teams, right?
Florida has 3. California has
Still
3.
missed your ball.
California doesn't anymore. Oh yeah, they do.
2
Yeah,
LA,
yeah, yeah.
1 San Francisco.
That's right. I was thinking, no, Oakland moved to Las
Yeah.
Vegas, but then they
He pivoted the
changed the Chargers. So
Texas with 2.
One call.
Here in the great state of Texas.
in the great state of Texas, producing the best quarterbacks ever to play in the NFL.
That's true.
the
Patty
best,
Mahomes.
The best quarterback in the NFL is from Texas.
All time. CJ Stroud is good. I like him.
Yeah, definitely solid player.
Back to poker.
The 2 pair here for
Ace Jack and Ace 10.
Wow.
Colin bet it, and Corey only called
scare
him.
card on the river. Not when
that?
Colin checks though. Never mind. No longer a scare card.
No, Colin's been leading the whole time.
Attention, tournament dealers and players.
That's
Points up next year,
125.
600, 12 and 12. 600, or 1200.
Now Colin gets to think, is my ace big enough here?
He didn't even know.
Makes the call. He's gonna get the bad news.
Bad news bears.
I didn't put you on the board.
They were giving Corey a little bit of crap when he got into the table and he was saying his name is Duh Dog. They were saying, is that related to Duh Bears?
Mad Alley in the YouTube chat says she is watching. Her husband is playing in the tournament, and it is a viewing party with his 2 little girls. Well, shout out to your 2 little girls. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Doesn't mean he's not going to get up and
Glad
get
to
it.
have you here. Hope you all are enjoying the show.
It won't be quiet.
I hope your husband takes it down tonight.
Have queen 6 over there.
So we got a 3
Gotta
bet
play
with
it.
ace 9 offsuit
Gotta play it for 2.
Hell yeah,
by
20.
Road. King, king, 10 comes on the
Hey,
flop
check her
3
out.
ways, and it goes check,
Alright.
check, and check around.
Check.
You're going to 3-bet when a king, king comes on the flop. You should probably
Check
bet.
out.
Your hand, your range smashes that, and now you gave up all the advantage that you had as soon as you checked in position like that.
Showdown.
So that he's lucky that it went check all the way around to
You
the
bet you
river,
win.
and he gets to win with ace high.
I was gonna bet.
Now, knowing Corey,
6-9
it can be
suited. I was
scary
like, hold it up.
to bet into him, because you never know what he's gonna do.
Yeah, 6-9 suited.
But when he checks, I'm probably gonna throw a bet out there myself. I
Y'all would have
three-bet
hit our line. Too,
I have position. Everybody checks to me. Comes out king, king on the flop. I'm probably betting. Of course, it's always easier when we see the cards.
6 raise 15. 7 fold. 8 call. 9 fold. 1 call. 2 call. 4 call. 5 call. 6 player.
Wow, 6 ways to a flop here.
Was it raised to $15 pre-flop?
Yeah, it was.
Check.
So Randon has the best of this, just flopping top pair.
5 fold.
Colin does have open-ended
Danny with the gutter.
backdoor flush draw.
Danny bets 50.
Wow, that's a pretty strong line to be taken here.
I mean, 90 in the pot. You're betting half pot almost.
Who raised pre-flop? Did Danny raise?
I did not see who the original raiser
Oh,
was.
wow. Talk about drilling the turn card. Danny almost turning everybody dead here.
That's
Colin can only hope to chop, or chop now is the best Colin can do.
right. That is a 6. No, he can get a 6. Oh, that would chop.
Yeah.
Sorry. 6 and ace, those chop. Everything else.
What would really be gross is the 6 of spades on the river. That would be carnage. $40 from Randon, raised to 80. A min click from Danny.
Not sure what he's afraid of here. I would probably just flat myself here.
Right.
And try to bring in Colin. Now, granted, Colin makes the call either way, so his way is better at the moment. But I probably would only call on the turn.
Oh.
Two bet 75. Call, 1
He
fold.
called that one. He spoke it into existence. Wow. Did Danny just called 75 here? I guess the board does pair. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I'm just calling there.
I mean, you got to think, what is he calling?
Yeah.
Like, you have a lot of the board locked up.
Am I going to have queen 4 there?
So, I don't mind the call there. I disagree with his raise,
Pocket
which was
threes.
better for him, and I don't mind
Right.
the call that he did there. But thanks for letting me join you, and I'll be back in a little while.
Absolutely. We'll see you soon, buddy.
Tell him about the pillow. Oh, sorry.
No.
Oh, sorry. No. You could have 5. Nine call. One raise 40.
I would say that's probably where we're at. If you're getting 30, big, geez, the work.
Eight call. Check. Hey, check. 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 Eight, nine,
I mean, they got it down to a T. They do.
Back to the new game.
Good game, sir.
Open seat on 12.
Thank you. No. But Sydney. Take you a second.
I don't see one. Rush on 12.
Big one, please. Seat 7. Sydney. Take this, please. Go for party. 9 4. Four call. 6 call. 8 call. 4 players. Check. 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 Check round. Check. One bet. Six call. Raise it on.
No, look.
You're like, oh, hey,
Colin, no fake on me. I got your number tonight.
Turn on the button. Turn on the button.
Strong.
yeah.
Strong turn. They don't fake it.
Four call.
Get it back if I don't play.
And I was like, I felt bad.
Check. Four bet 20. 8 call. 1 play. Check. Check. Showdown.
See, I would have won. Right in there. Smokey.
Check out Manuel Gemini.
Six raise 15. 8 call.
One blend.
All right, tournament get 2 players. Coach John, we're going to take a 15-minute break. During the time, we're going to cover up the 100 denominator. The 100 denomination tips. Dealers just pick one person. You got it? 20. Also, during this time, this is 2 add-ons. It is for 50,000 or 100 or 100,000. And also, if you are not happy with the stack in front of you, you can turn that into a dealer and rebuys and correct.
There's a look at our VPIP so far. Looks like at least half of the table is 50% or above. If you're unfamiliar with what VPIP stands for, it stands for voluntarily put in pot. Those percentages are the amount of times that the players have voluntarily put chips into the pot. So basically any time they're not in the blinds and they're putting chips into the pot would add to that percentage.
Eight and 1 call. Top players as well.
Five ways to this flop. It's going to come king, 8, 6 with 3 spades. No players with a spade in their hand. Broad, though, flopping top 2 pair. He's going to bet and probably take this one down. Nobody else really has anything else to defend with.
Beautiful flop.
Except but not.
Beautiful flop. Deal up.
I get a caller there, and I know what's up.
Omaha hand here. 4 cards for everybody. Corey's going to start us off here under the gun with Jack 10, 10, 8, 1 suit.
Your turn.
Hey, call.
Six ways to the flop, $10 a piece. We're going to see a flop of King 9, 9. Danny with a 9 in his hands. And he's going to be second to act here.
Service on
And
12.
he's going to bet $60, the amount of the pot. While we are in the middle of this Omaha hand here, I cannot think of a better time to talk about tomorrow's tournament. Tomorrow's tournament is a $10,000 guaranteed pot limit Omaha tournament. $300 is the buy-in, unlimited re-entries during the late registration period. That tournament is going to start at 6 p.m. tomorrow night. Once again, $10,000 is guaranteed in that prize pool. It is a pot limit Omaha tournament. $300 buy-in at 6 p.m. here at the DogHouse Poker Club in Cypress, Texas. You don't want to miss out on that one. If you are a pot limit Omaha enthusiast, come see us tomorrow night at 6 p.m.
Yeah, Josh, the action is usually really good in our pot limit Omaha tournaments. We have a lot of steady PLO players, and they like to get in there and gamble a lot and fire a lot of bullets. So the chip counts really get juiced up.
Yeah,
and
that's
they
what I'm
really
saying.
start playing defense, a lot of play in those tournaments. So they're really good events to fire away out.
Absolutely. Phenomenal structure. 20-minute levels tomorrow. I made the structure myself, so I may be a little partial to it, but it is a great structure for the price point and the guarantee.
I think you do a pretty good job.
Yeah, I think most would agree.
Man, I wanted to look.
Jesse out there with the Robbie.
First place should be somewhere around $4,000, $5,000, somewhere around there.
No, let's see.
Check.
And Danny ahead with his 9s here on this queen, queen, king board.
Not the most beautiful flop you want to see when you have 2 9s in your hand, but
you'd like to see it check around.
Yeah, that does make you feel a lot better.
Potentially consider stabbing here. I don't know, 5-handed.
The 3 changes nothing, so maybe give everybody else a chance to bet their hands if they are slow playing a queen.
And now 9's no longer the best hand. The wizard catching an ace on the river. Last act, see if he decides to go for some value here.
9-bet
10 whole dollars into 50. Does get a call from the 2 9s of Danny. Everybody else folds, and this pot's going the way of the wizard.
Service 12, please.
All right. See our V-pips.
Let's take a look. What does the wizard shirt say? Ask me about my ninja disguise. Has anybody asked him?
Not that I know of.
No?
We'll have to ask him next time I get out there.
Yeah.
Colin here with 40% of a royal staring at his phone. Gonna be pleased to look down at a decent hand. Probably gonna bump it up.
We like suited Broadway cards. Those are pretty to look at.
Those are a lot prettier to look at.
Hello.
Danny's, yeah.
Good morning. Danny is going to be flying American Airlines today. It's going to be $45 for a ticket on that plane thus far. And he's going to get one passenger to come along. We're going to see a flop of 5 tray deuce with 2 clubs.
One spade.
Terrible flop for suited king 10.
Does have a backdoor flush draw, but I don't think he's going to go anywhere. He's got to think.
Yeah, the
Danny's got
$75
it
bet's
there.
going to end this hand right here. And
the
that
ace
is going to
takes another
conclude our
one.
flight on American Airlines.
Thank you for flying the friendly skies. And here we can see our chip counts. The Wizard ahead with 1.2 thousand.
Most of that money came from aces when he had aces against Danny's
King
Queen,
That's
actually.
true.
Very early on in the stream here.
And now Bro waking up with 2 kings. The big pairs are going around.
You're 845.
And Randon in there raising the hijack with the ace-10 off. Bro just
8 raised for 110.
limped in the big blind with the $10 button straddle. And now he's going to do the limp 3-bet to 110. I do like this play. I am a fan of it.
Hello.
And Colin's stuck in the middle with 2 sevens. Not a whole lot he can do with that.
You'll lose him soon enough.
There, both hands go in the muck. Kings takes it down.
Well, that is going to be another short flight here. King's going to take it down.
I need $2, sir.
All right, General Player, you got 5.5 minutes left. You have not already done an add-on, and we'll let you do so. Let me know if you've done half an add-on. Is that you want to do the other half? Let me know.
Here, Colin limping under the gun with the 5 deuce suited. Not a huge fan of this play, but probably knows something I don't know. He's stuck a little bit, trying to gamble a little bit, make something happen. Could flop a straight flush, so there is always that. And we're gonna go. Looks like 7-handed to this flop, limp flop.
8-handed.
Oh, you're right. And I'd see Wolf 7-8 off down there. See if anybody flops anything.
Quite the flop for the Wizard here.
That is a great
Top
flop for the
pair,
Wizard.
flush draw. Colin also with a flush draw. Colin's going to be the one taking a stab at it already, though. $30 with the 5 deuce of clubs. Danny making the call with his pair of 8s, king kicker. Broad here making the call with some backdoor draws.
Yeah, a little float with the king high. Probably thinks nobody's really that strong.
And the Wizard with just a call here.
Yeah, with the top pair and the flush draw, I'd like to see the check raise, and that's a pretty bad card for the leader's range. Brody turns second pair, see what he decides to do. So kind of the donkey, maybe representing a straight here. It's not a bad play. And now, being the Wizard, you're in a weird spot. You do have top pair, no kicker, and a flush draw, so you're really just depending to try to get a club off of there.
He also has a gut shot. 7 would give him a straight.
Probably really don't want to see a 7 a whole lot, though. It's going to be a bad card for him a lot of the time. It would give him the best hand, but...
Isolated now. Just 2 players remain. And it is the Queen of Spades, giving the Wizard the check mark. He does have position. Can he sniff this one out? and find the call button here.
Bro decides to go with the down bet of $50. I don't think this is going to be enough to get through. I think with all your top pair holding, wow, he just throws it in the mug. What a play! The
Any
$50
jack,
bet gets
there's
it
a
through.
there's a 4-liner out there. Any jack makes the straight.
Yeah, it's a hard.
For $50, and you've already invested, you know, probably 100 at least already. I think
50 into 320. Yeah, you gotta. Sometimes you just gotta. If they got it, they got it. But well played by Brody.
Broad, pronounced Broad.
Up there with the 30.
Brandon here opening with Jack 10 of spades under the gun to 15. Pretty standard.
Pretty looking hand for sure. Always looks good. Corey
one of
D
my
here
absolute
with
favorites.
the doghouse hand, K9.
Underbet. Screaming for a little bit of a
King
loop.
6-5 with two
Yeah,
clubs.
I was like,
Good
Dog
flop
house
for
does.
the doghouse.
I call it
Just
a
pulls the lead out here.
Brandon with only
I was like,
backdoor
worst case
draws.
scenario, I'll move it.
Not very good ones either. He's got to have a queen only to give him anything. And three
Now
of hearts is
drawing
not gonna
dead.
help him.
Drawing dead now.
The dog is going to win this hand with the doghouse hand 81% of the time here. Brandon cannot win the pot. Danny is on to one of the three aces or a 4. Gut shot 4 would get him there as well. So Danny did lead here 25 with his ace high and a gutter. And the dog goes ahead and puts in a raise here and gets it taken down, protecting his hand. Good raise there. Snipped out the $25 lead. Is probably not very strong there. Most likely has the best hand.
Yellow.
And
Omaha.
another PLO hand coming up.
Couple nines and a 10, suited 10 for Danny here.
3 clubs in his hand. Not a very good hand. Under the gun,
Boy,
especially, I think
fuck
it's this way. But he does limp the under the gun
Six
straddle.
call.
And the dog with a decently connected hand. Still not a huge
Seven
fan
call.
for these hands. But this is Houston. They play PLO like it is Houston. So these are monsters, these guys. Oh, somebody wakes up with a couple aces finally. That's a decent hand.
And he's straddled. He's going to have the option to punish all of these limpers.
But you're the
And he does pump it on up to $90. And with the hands that are in this pot, they might not. I don't think he's going to get any action here. It's hard for all these hands to call $90, except for maybe Broad's hand, double suited with the rundown. It's not bad with ace high suit.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
So Danny here, thinking about what he wants to do here with his 2 nines, his 10 high suit. Yeah, thinks best of
He's
it.
always doing it.
That's why I told him he should be ashamed of himself.
The dog, just not enough connectivity. If he was suited, I bet he would probably play this hand, but 3 hearts in his hand, just not a great hand either. Looks like he's thinking about it. Looks like he has some mischievous intentions. A little stare down.
See, the beautiful thing about PLO is you can flop quads with almost any hand. Not every hand, but almost
Sure.
any hand. The only hand you cannot flop quads with is the hand that you have been dealt quads already.
Or 3 of a kind, that is correct.
No, you can still flop quads if you're dealt 3 of a kind.
That's true with your side card.
Yeah.
I guess you're right. Say call will run it twice. I don't think
That's
he's gonna
not how
call
that
it.
works, buddy. And he's
he
going to
does
take down
it
a bunch of dead money.
So
I'll
good
see you right
bet
now,
by
we gotta
Blue
wait.
River.
That's a beautiful thing about straddling at a table with Omaha players who are, you know, probably not the most experienced PLO players in the world. You know, everybody calls and it gets back to you, and you just pot it, and everybody folds, and you take down $80 of dead money.
Go buy himself a nice dinner now.
Yeah. Except he already got one for free just for playing here at the Doghouse. Everybody is eligible for that promotion. If you just come play any of our cash games here at Doghouse, you do get a complimentary meal per one visit that you have.
I gotta tell you, Josh, the food here is immaculate.
Phenomenal.
It is wonderful.
Absolutely
It's the best food I've had at a poker room.
I'll
my
tell
entire
you
life.
what, it is the most diverse menu I have ever seen in a poker room.
For sure.
It is a very expansive menu. I could eat here every day for a month and have something different every day. Probably too much.
And probably enjoy all of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I have not had a bad meal.
Me neither. And here we go. Houston heads up. 6 ways to a flop. Ace-10 is in the lead for now. And looks like Wolf is going to take the lead now with his King Dewey. And Wizard probably, assuming his ace high is probably good a lot of the time here. So go ahead and betting it for some protection. Does get a little action from the deuce from Wolf. Going to a turn here. Checks through on the turn. And the river gives the Wizard the best hand. And now he's going for value. And Wolf lets go of it.
We are a little over halfway through this stream for the evening. We are going to be streaming this for 4 hours tonight. A little over halfway completed with that 4 hours. We have currently been live for 2 hours and 7 minutes.
Service. Green tea? Anybody green tea?
Flush draw for Corey.
Green tea? Danny, green tea?
Not much else for anybody else.
Paul, you want a green tea?
Open-ended now for the Wizard.
Got 20.
Gut shot for Colin.
Did you say rumble? No, he wanted a Don Julio.
1942? I think so.
Corey's going to make the call with his flush draw. Does not get there. The Wizard does get there. Drills the straight. Check, bet, fold is how this hand's going to continue. And the Wizard is going to take that one down. A little over $100 in that pot. Add to his chip lead. 20% of all chips in play currently in the Wizard stack.
Take your 10 back, sir. No, not you.
You want to do that on my big blind after we just got 2 shots? We just ordered 2 shots. This is not a negative.
I thought,
Him giving you his money. I got a limp.
So good.
Six fold. 7 fold.
2 sevens for Broad here. Gonna bump it up to looks like $30.
The tournament?
10s for Randon now. Queen Jack for Colin. And 2 9s for Steven. Wow.
Last time we just got
3 pocket pairs and Queen Jack offsuit going to a flop here. $30 a piece. Ace 9 Jack. Set of 9s for Steven.
One check, 2 check.
Look at that here.
$125 bet from Steven here. Nobody else has much to call with here. I think this is probably going to end the hand here, unless Colin's feeling a little frisky. Colin does not have much equity at all in this hand, just 5% equity. He lets it go, as does Randon. And Steven's going to take down this one.
Bottom step.
I had a pocket pair too.
I gotta thank y'all for doing good.
What's up?
Yeah, put you on the ace.
I did not put him on.
How much you adding?
Yeah, 17. 17. Oh, they might have.
Dude, bet. I want it to look like it's
You already had
steel.
2. I know, 70.
Look like it a little bit.
Okay.
75 on me. When did you bet that? I was thinking about the shirt I just saw. He had the thing,
Oh,
the
what?
pocket hole. That was
9 raised 17.
Ace King here for the Wizard. Ace King for Colin. Going to open it up to 17, the Wizard does. Action now to Colin with Ace King as well.
One call.
Just a call for Colin here.
2 fold. 3 fold. 4 fold. 6 fold. 7 fold.
All right, tournament players, we generated a total prize pool of $4,875.
Flop is going to come out
First
Jack
place is going
8
to pay
6.
$1,660.
Complete whiff for everybody in the hand. Checks around.
Third place,
Queen of
830.
diamonds on the turn.
Fourth place, 485. Fifth place, 390. And
Another
sixth
Broadway
place,
card to add to both of
240.
the Ace Kings.
Heads up.
Good luck, everybody.
And provided we go to showdown, we will be chopping this pot. And it looks like we have got a round of shots arriving to the table. And a bet from Colin on this river, trying to make a bluff, 55, and it's going to work. And Colin goes from chopping that pot to winning the whole pot.
Green tea shot.
Okay. Did dog order or?
Yeah.
Okay.
You order one?
Yeah, I said, he asked me if I wanted one.
Yeah, I did. Wait, what?
Here.
Oh,
one in the table.
DogHouse.
Cheers.
Please don't spill on the table, gentlemen. There we go. Everybody's got a shot in their system now. VPIP
There'll be another round.
to be increased. Coming soon to a doghouse near you.
I'm muted, right?
2 raised 15. 4.
They're hanging out right now for our birthday.
Brandon here with Ace King, bumping it up to $15.
Good hand.
3, 6, or something along those lines.
Check 3.
I'm not getting every single fucking trade.
Didn't even see.
Very sneaky. Very quick.
That ace is a limp all or folded all the way around. King, queen, folded all the way around. Suited.
You didn't get the
I'm
glasses?
positive 50. Huh?
You didn't get the glasses like I saw? Well, they got contact.
Oh, yeah.
Learn that trick.
I learned.
Heel open.
5 of clubs is
Yeah, my
gone.
context camera.
Like 1 full. 2 calls, 3 calls, 4 full.
Coming soon.
6 full.
I can really fuck somebody with that.
7
Have the
eight,
glasses,
30.
everyone has it, but the 8 full.
9 full. 2 full.
So the great hand premium. Yeah, premium.
Replace it with a 9. Thank you, man.
I had one of your 9s.
Not all white people are
Hi everybody, there's a DoorDash order up here for Christine.
Hey, you must have. DoorDash. You must have. Like this. That's what it tastes like when it was.
My TV time. Excuse me, we're playing.
Omaha hand here. Steven with all diamonds in his hand.
6 calls. 7 calls. 8 makes it 20. I'll take that back. Said you won't play one? Oh. You said you won't. I was like, I'll take that.
Oh, what's the bid? $100. You'll take that bet?
9 calls, 2 calls, 3 calls.
Oh, camera.
7
there.
cards back.
Take me.
Oh, man.
Sorry. 4 players.
Queen 10 deuce with 2 clubs on this flop. Flush draw for a wolf. And top pair as
That's
well.
20.
Currently has 50% equity to win this hand.
Fold, 2 calls. 3
Open-ended for Randon. He's going to make the call. 6 of hearts on the turn. Not going to change much.
Seven bet. 60.
Pot.
$60 bet here from Wolf with just top pair and a flush draw. A 9 high flush draw at that. Randon makes the call again.
Two check.
Check.
3 check.
King on the river does give Randon 2 pair. Check, check, and he's going to take it down.
Two ones buying.
Back to Hold'em now. Gonna have to wait an entire other orbit.
Three fold. Six fold.
King, queen of diamonds for Wolf here. He's gonna bump it up to
Seven,
$20.
20. Eight fold. One checker.
Ace, 10,
Seven,
Trey.
25.
Pair of aces for Colin. Broadway draw for Wolf.
One fold.
Pair of kings now for Wolf on the turn to go along with his Broadway draw.
Fold.
Seven of hearts on the river does not get Wolf where he needs to be.
Seven.
Goes check, check. This hand's going to go to showdown, and Colin is going to take it down.
Four raise 10. Six fold. Seven fold. Eight raise 35. Nine fold. One fold. Two fold. Three fold. Four fold.
2 10s here for Broad. Raising it up to $35. Getting called by Danny. We're going to see a flop of Jack 4 5 with 2 diamonds.
Four bets 20. Eight fold. Four bets 30.
Flush draw now for Broad. Facing a $30 bet from Danny's ace high.
Fold.
And a queen of hearts on the river. Doesn't change much here. Does put a possible straight on the board.
Four check. Eight check.
Putting his hand on it.
And it's going to go to showdown. Broad's going to take it down.
Yeah, Queen Jack over there. I think like the hand.
Thank you.
Hey. Or go back to the table.
Six fold. Seven fold. Eight call. Nine raise 15.
Hey.
Raise 45.
Timmy.
Two calls. Three calls. Four calls. Seven calls. Eight calls. Nine calls. Three players.
Set of sixes versus ace king versus ace queen with the queen of clubs and the queen high flush draw. Colin's going to bet $60 here with the worst hand.
9 bets. All in.
Gets called by
One
Randon,
fold.
and then we're going to get all in here from the wizard. Colin almost immediately throws his cards into the muck. Action now back to Randon, and he makes the call. He does have outs here. 68-32 in favor of the wizard. Randon's going to need to catch a club here to take the lead. Players have agreed to run it twice here, so Randon's going to get 2 shots at a club. No good on the first run. That one's going to go to the wizard. Deuce of diamonds on the turn. No help. And there is that club that Randon was looking for. They're going to chop this pot up. $874 in the middle there. Both players are going to add about $60 of dead money to their stack.
Yeah, okay.
That was the hand they were talking about.
I thought you already had the look. I thought you already had the flush. And never. Yeah. I was like, he's already got the flush. I got it.
It's unfortunate for the Wizards' set of sixes there.
Same.
You thought I had a flush. What'd you call for?
Because I figured I had the same scenario. Same.
You could
Yeah,
draw
I could get a better one. Or praying that you maybe have the king high flush draw, but I don't think.
Seven fold. 8 fold. 9 fold. 1 fold. 2 fold. 3 fold. 4 fold. 5 raise. 6 raise 15. 7 fold. 4 fold. Or 4 bets. And 6 folds.
I could eat
Just look at our chip counts there. The Wizard still with 1,100 in his stack. A little over 20% of all chips in play. A couple of players not too far behind him. I do have a special message for somebody out there watching tonight. Shout out to Miss Olivia. Thank you for tuning in and watching with us tonight. Olivia, I hope you're having a fantastic evening.
7 raise. 55. 8 fold.
Wolf raising it up here with the 5-6 of spades. Taking down the blinds.
I'm not committed. Yeah, that's why I was like, I can't check you. Yeah, I was trying to rep the jack with a low bet.
Nine calls. One call. $45. Two raise 45. Six raise 160. One call.
Hand developing here. 3-bet to 160 from Corey with 2 jacks, and Randon's made the call with 2 10s. We're going to see a queen high flop with 2 hearts. Randon checks it over, and Corey is going to bet out $250. And that's going to be enough to take down at this pot.
Oh, that's like a deuce. Oh. Oh, yeah.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
He was definitely at like 60-40.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe even more.
Get up.
Hey.
Hey.
Hey,
Daryl, he doesn't want 9.
10 on the button.
Omaha, here we go. 4 cards for everybody. We do have a straddle of this hand. So it is going to be 10 to go. Not anymore. Now it's going to be 25 to go. Steven in the 3 seat here is going to raise it up to $25 with 8, 6, 6, 5, 1 suit. You're going to see a call from Corey with a queen 993. Wolf was our initial straddler. He's going to get a discounted price. He's going to make the call.
Yeah. $10. 8 calls, 9 calls.
Yeah, that's what see what you got.
Ace and 3. It's all the 6-3. 6-3.
And looks like everybody is going to make that call.
6-3.
7 ways to a flop now. 7 ways. 10-6 tray with 2 clubs. Flush draw for the Wizard. Bigger flush draw for Colin. The biggest flush draw for Randon.
75.
A set of 6s for Steven. The set of 6s currently has 50% equity in this hand. The flush draw has about 20% equity. We're going to see a bet of 75 from the Wizard with ace, queen, 10, deuce. So he has top pair, top kicker, and a queen high flush draw. Colin makes the call with the king high flush draw. Randon makes the call with the ace high flush draw. So from what we can see, there's only 3 clubs remaining in the deck.
Careful, you know my hand.
Jack of hearts on the turn is going to give a few more outs to the wizard. Open-ended now for Colin. 2 pair for Randon. Steven still with the set of 6s. And the wizard is going to continue firing out here. With only 6% equity. Colin has moved all of his chips into the middle. He has open-ended Broadway. He has a gut shot, straight draw, and a flush draw that's no good, as Randon has also moved all of his chips in the middle with 2 pairs and the nut club draw.
They gotta give you a card. Yeah, they told me I can beat you. I think he might have blocked me in. No, they should have given you a card to sit down with. Go back and check it. Oh, really? Oh, no, not your card. They're going to give you a seat card. Because you have to register into this game. He did. He told it. He said you can go to, but they've got to give you that card. What's that thing?
235.
Another 85. Nobody wants to see him.
And looks like Wizard's going to make the call as well. All 3 players have flush draws. Open-ended Broadway for Colin with his gut shot on the bottom end. Randon has the most equity in the hands and is currently in the lead with 2 pairs, jacks and 3s.
Oh, man.
What did we agree on?
John, do you want to go to PLO?
Twice.
You have a set over there?
Twice.
2 times. We're going to run it twice here. Wow, Steven had a set of 6s and actually folded. He would have won that run. And the 4 of diamonds makes the straight for Colin's hand. Had Steven put all of his chips in the middle here, he would have gotten half of this pot with his set of 6s that he folded. A club does not come.
I got you. All right, for the side pot, I got 10 deuces on the top, 5 deuces on the bottom. Yeah, I'm saying for the side pot.
I'm talking about.
Oh, excuse me. All right, for this one. Jack 3 on top.
So for the outside pot between the Wizard and Colin, they're going to chop that one up. And for the main pot that you see there in the middle of the screen, that is going to get chopped up between Randon and Colin. Colin made the straight on the second run with the 5 deuce you see there. Deuce, 3, 4, 5, 6. And Randon's jacks and 3s for 2 pair held up on the first run. So for those of you who may not understand what running it twice means, as you see there, there was 2 river cards. So basically what we're doing is we are playing the first river card that came out. Whoever wins that with that card is going to be awarded half of the pot. And then we're going to burn another card and put another river out. And whoever wins that one will win the other half of the pot. So if you win with both river cards, you'll get the whole pot. In this case, the first run, which we saw up there, changed nothing, and Colin won with jacks and 3s. Or, excuse me, Randon won with jacks and 3s, 2 pairs. And on the second run, Colin made his straight with the 4 of diamonds that hit the river, awarding him the other half of the pot. So players will agree to do this when they're all in. Is the only time that they can agree to do that. When there's all in, they are all in, and there is no more action. And basically, kind of doesn't guarantee that they're going to chop the pot. They can still win or lose the entire pot, but it gives them 2 chances at hitting the cards that they may need if they're on a draw. Running it twice is pretty common around the world. I think most places will do it. Most poker rooms will allow it. I have been to some rooms where it's not allowed, but it's pretty common that running it twice is allowed. It's actually in the best interest of the rooms to allow running it twice. Is more times than not, the hands will end up like they just did here, and the players will chop it up, meaning that the players will be able to sit in their seats and play longer.
Five calls, 6 calls, 7 calls.
Yeah, some states and local jurisdictions have laws governing the things that you can and cannot do in your poker room. But I would say for the most part, running it twice is allowed in most locations in the continental U.S. anyways. Like I said, I have been to some poker rooms where it is not permitted to run it more than once. What about your experience, Eric?
A lot of times when you're in casinos, they allow it on bigger games and don't allow it in smaller games.
Right, makes sense. It's all about the rake, right?
Right. Here in Texas, most rooms allow it.
Well,
because it keeps the longevity of the game going.
Exactly, and it's also more beneficial to keep games going longer here, and it doesn't matter really how many hands you're getting out versus how long people are sitting there, because most rooms here are time based.
Right. Well, in the casino, they don't care about the poker room either.
Right.
Anyways, really, it's very minimal when it comes to their bottom line and profit.
Yeah.
Luis
normally it's
definitely does not.
Poker rooms, how it is it keeps one of the spouses there in the room, and the other one goes and plays slot machine.
Yeah, for sure.
And they make all their money in slots anyways.
Absolutely. Slots and tables.
Mostly slots.
60. 8 calls.
Looks like we have a new addition to our game. Samir is going to be joining the game. He started with open-ended, turned a flush draw, and bricked out on the river, and fired out a $60 bet that was immediately called by Broad with two pairs of 5s and 4s. And they got Randon to fold the best hand, and Randon's going to be kicking himself after this one.
Yeah, they were talking about it after the hand.
Just one pair.
One I call him.
Oh, you hesitated a little bit.
He doesn't call.
You win that? I don't think I was good, but he was like,
10 with a flush.
oh man.
I had flush draw too.
8-10.
I turned flush draw.
Huh?
I turned flush draw.
Yeah.
That's the only reason I called it 30 on the turn.
Well,
if diamond hit, I would win. I had opened it and straight back.
That's what they were saying there after the hand. is
Right.
What they had and everything. Samir didn't, when he got called, he didn't even show his hand. He just mugged.
Yeah, okay.
There is some fun hands coming up.
Yeah, I would imagine. We've been seeing some fun hands and potential fun hands that turned out not to be so fun. Queen, Jack, Trey on this flop. Top pair for Danny.
4 bet 75.
And he's going to bet $75 into a pot of 25. Might have grabbed the wrong color of chips there. But regardless, he is going to take this one down. There's a look at our pre-flop raise percentages. Colin, Dog, Wolf, and Steven raising it up almost 30% of the hands here.
Watch that shot.
Service for 12.
watching this, I'm thinking, I'm like, when's he gonna calm down?
Okay.
I still have not gotten used to the pitching of these cards. You just need to sit out there and pitch.
Yeah,
That's what I tell all new dealers.
Yeah.
I've been doing this for many years, and I tell them like 90% of poker is shuffling and pitching and recognizing hands.
Yeah. The other 10 is a mix between running, controlling your game, and counting, right?
Counting, customer service.
Well, yeah, I mean, customer service to me is first and foremost, but when we're talking about technical skills for dealing.
Oh, yeah.
Four players.
Yeah, I used to have a dealer work for me who, when he would come to work, the first thing he would get there early every day, 30, 45 minutes early, and not to ask him if he's ready to start working early. And he'd grab a deck of cards and he'd go sit on a table in the back of the room and just pitch cards for 20 minutes. Just do nothing but pitch cards. Just to warm himself up for the day, I guess. I don't know. Interesting hand developing here.
Everybody has each other's outs except the pocket sixes.
Right.
Who somehow called that flop.
Ace would give the wizard Broadway here.
A 9 would give him the
9 would give him the nuts as well, yeah.
It would hurt. It would hurt Steven.
Yes.
And a jack would help the wolf, who goes all in. A bold strategy. Well, it's dodgeball, wasn't it? It's a bold strategy, Cotton.
The only quote I remember from dodgeball is, if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
That's right.
Well, this time, he is going to dodge the wrenches and the balls and take down the pot.
5 Ds of dodgeball. Dodge, dip, duck, dive, and dodge. It's a classic. I love it.
Corn dog?
Keeps trying to call him corn dog with a K.
I think I've known Corey for, since I started here. He was the first person I met when I got over here, I think, but almost the first person I met. But when I got over here, I think, how many months has that been? Like 6 months or so, I think I've been here. I think Corey's had 6 different aliases that he goes by when playing poker in those 6 months. He just changes it up every so often.
I think he's changed it 3 in the last 4 days.
King at Jack 10 on this flop. 2 pair for Steven. Gut shot for the dog.
Yeah, actually the jack is on the flop. King Jack 10 on the flop, 2 on the turn.
Yeah, we did have a little bit of a error here with the graphics of some sort.
Yeah, but I was being instructed to hold on here now.
Yeah. Indeed. Look at that now. You're like, oh, he's about to ready. He's about to ready. What am I going to do?
It'll get fixed momentarily, don't worry.
There we go. Now we got it figured out.
Yeah.
And that bet is going to take it down anyways, and we're going to be on it to the next hand. Back to when we were talking about running it more than once. There was a pretty famous clip that was going viral, I think probably a month ago, from the Hustlers live stream, where they decided to continue running and running and running, and to see if somebody could hit their flush. or whatever straight. I don't remember the exact hand, but initially they ran it twice, and the player who was ahead with like bottom pair of fours or whatever it was won both runs. So the person who lost says, well, let's run it again for 25K. And then he lost that one. Let's run it again for 50K. And they ended up, I think, with like 11 or 12 runs.
Wow.
Trying to get him to win just one, hit his flush or whatever, straight, whatever it was, just one time. And like 11 times, and he lost all of his chips doing it.
Wow.
He went bust in the game betting on that.
I have not seen that one.
Yeah, it is quite comical. Let's see if I can pull it up here.
3 fold, 4 fold. 5 fold, 6 fold.
The wizard here calling $40 under the gun plus 3. He just calls the open.
Yeah.
The 8 bet, 85. 9 fold. Thank you.
Road takes it down with the bet. See, bets work. They do work. Oh, Neymar in this hand that you were talking about?
I did, yeah. Sorry, Seven fold. 8 fold. In the box. Everybody, you good. Yeah, at 7 fold, 8 fold, 9 raised.
Wizard has ace king of clubs here. Raised it to 27.
$1,000.
27. Yeah.
Steven makes the call.
5 like that. 6 fold. It's up. Harder than check, 3 check. 9 bet, 25.
Is this the Brazilian soccer team?
Plus Ninja.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Deuce deuce ace on the flop there. Bet on the turn takes it down.
Yeah. Oh, yo.
And to a guy that doesn't care about money, here you go.
He just flips over his cards.
Seat change button. Any fucking open seat will leave from them.
So there's already 200,000 in the pot at this point, right?
He's shocked.
They're running it twice for a $200,000 pot.
Bitch, come on top.
7 check. 8 check. 9 bet 7. 1 fold.
So they chop it there.
3 fold.
What is that? 40?
Raise to 30. 4 raise to 30. 7 fold. 8 fold. 9 fold.
Man, I didn't lead till 4 o'clock.
9 check.
Yeah, he. He took his shirt off.
Might as well be just dragging forward. It's only sit at this table later.
$121 in this pot down here. Danny having a 2 pair. And oh, this is a remember this hand. This is a big hand.
Yeah, I mean, for no reason, dude. He's just got attitude. I guess he got beat as another table.
Gin on the river for Danny.
Yep.
He
He bets 200 here, the Wizard.
Good thing that actually.
And he just goes all in.
All in. He's 4.
And he gets snap
9.
called. Shows the boat and the immediate disgust by the Wizard. Big pot.
Oh,
Carnage for the Wizard. Absolute carnage. $1,600 pot, and that is going Danny G's way.
Wizard raised pre-flop, if I recall right. There was some calls here. He flops top pair with the second nut flush draw, turns the second nuts, and has a redraw to the straight flush. And Danny calls the bottom 2 pair.
Absolute carnage.
And then the miracle 4-outer on the river. And they get it all in.
Wow.
I think Wizard could have got rid of that hand when he jams.
Yeah.
I think it was in disgust of a quick call like that. There's no bluffs there ever. There's not a bluff there.
Right.
I mean, not with these level of players. I mean, if a top professional, maybe,
Right.
but not here.
Anyways, let's skip on here.
My buddy's texting me like, oh.
Is that you?
So this continues and continues.
Stay over there.
The dealer's running out of places to put the cards.
I've been watching.
Yeah, but no.
All right. C9 reloading for 1 minute.
Rush on 12, please.
I got it all in.
Yeah, I think plus.
You all got it all in on the.
He raised 200 and then I went all in.
And this proceeds to go on and on and on and on.
About that 80 or something like that on the turn.
Until he loses all of his chips. Over and over and over. Here's the all-in minute. And they let him peel it, and it's not good news.
I know. We just did it. Just let her think that. Oh, she's going to hit it.
So he just blows through almost 400,000 like that over and over and over again. Anyways, back to the regularly scheduled programming here. Omaha hand is live. Aces for Colin.
There are 3 calls.
Yeah, but I
10-10 Jack Queen for the Wolf, who raised it to 50. Colin only calls with aces 1 suit. I think it's a mistake.
Yeah, I think for sure you got to.
Because then you get 4-4-9 ace. And then that flop, look at that. You have 4-4, or you have 4-5-8. I mean, that's.
Yeah, I think especially. I think you got to try to isolate here.
I agree. Steven bets the pot. $205.
Bottom set. And
to those who also don't know, we round up when it comes to pot calculations. There was 202 in that pot, to be exact. We just make it 205
right,
to make it easier for dealers and players.
Accurate.
Seven fold.
Heads up? Oh no.
Now, see, now Colin's stuck in this position here. If he raises to isolate, he can. I mean, he could sit there and not have Steven's hand in there to have to deal with.
Right. Now you just have to let it go. He does have he does have a straight draw, backdoor heart draw, but not enough equity to continue for a pot size bet there.
Right.
We are 3 hours through this stream. We do have 1 more hour remaining.
Quads wasn't coming.
See, I just linked it. See what I linked it?
I thought y'all just called it.
Eight fold. Nine fold.
Is that right? That's what it is.
Four fold. We had that pair.
Oh yeah, Jack and the dude.
There's been some brutal hands here as of late. You know,
At 23%?
Wizard getting,
Okay.
getting stung in that
What do you go through after the
$1,600
pot?
pot. I mean, that was a rough hand. When I was dealing that and saw it, I was.
I mean, that's the most you're getting out of me.
You know, when you're
Even
when
if
you're
you
dealing,
check that, I might catch up on that.
you just don't. You need
You
to
have
not
to do the big
sympathize with people
I call that
and have
you
the
slow down
emotions
and I got a queen.
involved when it comes to the players. Because you know this is your job, and
Everybody pays them 100.
you got to try to stay emotionless. as much
Right
as
now, I
possible.
need it.
Everyone's throwing 100.
But on the inside, you know, I feel it. I feel it. I felt sorry for him because that one was rough.
Sorry.
Yep, yep.
48.
Down, baby.
I'm 50%. Got it.
Not even on the bottom.
That's because you were gone for time. Oh, yeah, fine.
Shouldn't you know how to deal? You're gonna teach someone.
2 fold, 3 fold, 4 fold, 5 fold, 6 raise, 10.
All right.
It sounds like we had a raise.
Finish the hand drop. We take a 7-minute break. Here at the top of the card,
Ace
500
offsuit
denomination
raises
gifts.
to 10.
I'm stacking him. What?
Now we'll be moving one player from table 2 and one player from table 11.
Brood
Good for the game.
re-raises with
the
7 new
first time doing
suited,
it. That
and
was the
everybody
only time
folds,
and the
and
first
he
time.
shows it.
Hey, you just going with that shit?
Yeah, I'm gonna cut that out.
That was the one time.
again.
I won't. You think I'll do it again if I showed that shit? Next time I raise $40, you think I gotta do something? Good.
That's awesome. I love it.
We only got another hour. I figured I'd do some dumb shit.
Yeah, keep reading. You got an hour. Anybody ready?
Here we go on to the next hand.
I'm thinking like, what are the competitions?
Danny calls with Jack 7 here. So I know it says raise to 5. The structure of this game is 1 and 2 on the small and big blinds, and it's an automatic call of 5.
Give me some. But come get you some. Either way,
Well,
I love
if it,
tomorrow.
if it means anything, before you
Raises
even
the
raise
10.
or whatever, I was still gonna do crazy shit on that. I was gonna do 30, but you bet 10, and I was like, someone's gonna call 20. So I was like, let me. Oh,
Six
crazy.
players.
That worked. Okay, I won't do it again.
You got 6 ways to the flop. Deuce 3-8 on it. And it checked around. Now Brood has an Broad, excuse me, has open-ended with a flush draw here. Colin has a gut shot.
6 bets in it.
Rand has
You and you are literally even.
Randon.
Started my demise.
Samir has the same hand as Colin.
6 up.
Corey bets 30. Broad is for sure calling this hand. It does get down to heads up. Broad takes the lead with the pair of 4s. May not realize that he's in the lead here. Corey makes the bet, and Broad lays down quickly. I mean, I wouldn't think I'd be good there either.
A 4? What the hell am I doing with that?
Win $120 pot. So that's what you would have done.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I wanted. I didn't want that damn pair to hit. I didn't care about that. I was hoping I hit my card so you could bet I was gonna raise you.
V-Pips, Samir 27.
He's
Wizards,
new to the game, though. So.
Right. Wizards at 37%. It doesn't seem like he's that active.
Right
But
here, please.
I guess he is.
Yeah. Well, it seems like when he plays hand, typically it goes to the river. That's true.
Yeah,
He's probably raising too when he's in there.
Right. Passive aggressive is what I would label him.
That's the style I like.
7.
But I'm a little less
8,
passive and a little more aggressive.
Right.
I guess that's just called a donkey.
I don't know about that. I think a donkey I would just label as a donkey.
Heads up.
How many
Like
blocks?
me as being the donkey.
Oh, I see.
That's what it means.
Doghouse, heads up.
Yeah.
Because I'm being a
Take
little
him
less
there,
passive
son.
and a little more aggressive.
Jack 8, the wizard, flops 3 jacks, as does Colin.
Fireworks.
3 bets 50.
Steven taking a stab at it with the 8.
Like, let me see where I'm at. Bet half pot here. It was only $90 before the 50.
Well, I mean, to be honest, it's pretty unlikely that one player, let alone 2 players, have a jack here when there's 2 of them on the flop. So an 8's good here a lot of the time.
You're 6-handed
Oh,
to a raised flop, pre-flop.
All of it.
Somebody's having a jack.
Potentially.
It's pretty good odds. At least one person has a jack.
I'd like to know what those odds are.
That one of those 6 people have a jack?
Yeah.
Or at the other 5, I mean?
Yeah.
Now you're going to make me do math. All right, hold on a second.
Got to figure how many people were dealt into the hand, and then how many cards remain in the deck.
Oh, 2 full.
He's thinking very hard.
I am. I'm closing my eyes even.
I wish y'all could see this.
Wizard jams all in. Colin calls the $132, and then eventually Steven gets out the way. They just did one time.
A lot of chop outs now. And Wizard gets the full double here.
He needed it after that one big hand.
Yeah.
I had to flush on the viewer.
If I'm doing my math right, one of the other 5 people, it should be somewhere around 12%.
I know you were bluffing. I know you were bluffing.
Go ahead.
Didn't have anything. I did too.
I'm not going to attempt to do that math without paper and pen or computer or calculator, so I'm going to take your word for it.
It should be somewhere around 12% of one of the other players having that a jack there, just one.
Okay.
You're not having one.
No one else had a jack.
We had 2.
See, that's exactly what he was hoping. Nobody else has a jack.
It's that's being pretty optimistic, I think.
What the fuck? I was drawing dead.
It's like, I'm drawing dead. Yes, sir, you are. And one of your other 8s was gone, too, so you couldn't even go run a runner.
Right.
Flesh on the river. See my hand?
Lil
That's what
says
I had.
it's a dealer's game.
I had open
Not
ended.
really.
No, not
But
really.
there are a couple.
We're going to be head up to a flop here. $25 a piece. Ace Jack from Wolf versus 2 deuces from Colin. Both players whiff.
This is the
Hey, I'm no longer in the box.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do have a new dealer
Both of y'all calling.
with a lot more hair.
A lot more hair.
I'd
Yes,
bust
he's
out
also a
with
lot
the top
younger.
pair.
I had open ended and flush draw.
Watch his hand at the end.
I remember dealing
That's
with
why I
him
called
when
you.
he was new a few years ago and helping him learn
You about to
how
dead.
to deal.
Really?
Yep,
Dexter?
yep.
Wow.
In fact,
I think you're about to check it there.
He's at a
I
different
called
club that no longer exists.
Tried to sell my bluff. Didn't work.
Not Dexter, the club.
No more.
Thought my deuce was good. They had 5 deuce, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Now Collins a short stack of
Diamond didn't
$212.
come.
He's not having a good day. He's down quite a bit.
Yeah.
Not sure exactly how much he's in for, but I bet you he's down about $1,000 right now.
after you call, I can't.
They were like, you folded the best hand.
Because I couldn't
You know, after
call
losing a
you
big
call.
pot like
It didn't make
there
it
did,
didn't make any sense.
Gotta go, Corey Duke.
I know when you just go all in with Jack 10, you're kind of in that effort mode.
Right.
But winning that hand and how much confidence it brings back
Oh, for sure.
is huge. And now he's much more in the right state of mind.
I promise you it ain't deuce 7. Or is it?
3 call, 4 fold.
That's
You know, 30.
poker is a game of mathematics and emotions.
Yeah, for sure. Little hand developing here. 3 bets from Broad with ace queen of clubs and a call from Steven with the ace king of hearts. Both players whiff. Checks around. Another 10. I think we'll see a bet from one of these players here.
Nope. Check again.
And like I said, we're not going to see a bet from either of these players.
Now
It's going to check all the way to the river.
Now it's a trap.
Oh,
Steven has been pretty
They
passive
ended
for the
beautifully.
most part tonight.
Yeah. Except for the Omaha hands.
That's true.
I was ready to continue too, and I was like,
Flop raise.
I know.
Six coming in.
New addition to the game. Looks like we're going to get Mr. Kwong to join us here. Going to join the game with a little over $800.
Watch all night.
C-U-O. Fuck 'em.
Wolf makes the call with 9-10 suited. That's one of my favorite hands. Is
David, you
9-10
have to call
suited.
every time.
It really is.
Yeah, it's one of those hands that flops pretty well a lot of times.
$20 is good action. That's cool. At least
It's not typically that difficult to play post-flop.
we're making it 10 and 15 and nobody.
Look, now we got $100 in the pot.
Not really. Normally you flop pretty strong or way off.
Yeah. Or you flop like this, and you know
That's to me that's way off.
yeah.
Three
But
people
here,
have a 10
it-
and there's
this-
one in
yeah,
on the
yeah.
board.
I bet you another one doesn't come.
I will not take that bet.
5 on the turn.
Wong has a pair and a gut shot.
All players still live to win this pot at this time. Somehow.
Well, 2 players can chop. Wolf made a bet of 15. Broad lays his hand down. Steven calls. Samir calls. All the 10s call. And 2 pair.
9-10, the best hand. Oh,
7 bet, 6
yeah,
It was
2
the
players with the best hand, yeah.
Right.
9-10.
Now you got Samir and Wolf. Steven has a tendency to be betting into better hands as of late. Wolf bets 65. Steven eventually folds his hand. Samir calls.
Me too.
He says 2 pair, and he says, me too. You're probably good. Never mind, we have the same hand.
This one,
Yes,
you
it
have
has
to
to
go
be.
all.
Yeah. These are RFP cards. No way to read them.
PLO.
Got a PLO hand coming up.
Omaha.
Definitely catchphrase by Peyton Manning.
They're actually live.
Every time I see his logo up there, I just want to talk mess. Are they the only team in NFL history to go to 4 straight Super Bowls?
11.
What team was that to go to 4 straight Super Bowls? The Chiefs this year?
The Bills.
The
This year
Chiefs
will.
this year?
No, it'll only be 3 straight.
6
The
players.
Chiefs,
Well,
if they go this year.
Oh, you're right.
We got a 6-way $20 raise pre-flop. 6 ways now. That's a huge flop for Colin. I think it is. I mean, oh, never mind. I thought he had a 10 in his hand. Excuse me. Not that big.
It's a pretty favorable flop for Steven, however.
Yeah. He does have a flush draw with a backdoor flush draw and a gut shot with a pair.
And he is potting it, it appears. $245 is the new price. And that is going to get a lot of these hands out of here. Broad with the dry guy. It's hard to make a move with the dry guy when you got a bet and a pot in front of you.
For sure. For sure.
And Randon here with 2 pairs, currently the best hand, but does not have the most equity in this hand.
I have a feeling he's going to call.
Yeah, this hand.
As we can see up at the top there,
This hand.
Steven does only have 5 outs remaining in the deck. All of his other outs have been
No,
previously
this-
folded.
Oh, nope. When a person holds up their hands like that, they fold.
Yeah, for sure. Almost a guarantee.
Fourth bucket, fourth.
My voice, they can break up.
9-3 with
As mentioned before, he plays the Omaha hands
Oh, I was ahead, man.
pretty aggressively.
And speaking of Omaha, once again, guys, come join us tomorrow night starting at 6 p.m. $10,000 is guaranteed in that prize pool. $300 buy-in Pot Limit Omaha tournament. And that is going to start at 6 p.m. tomorrow night. $300 buy-in, $10,000 guaranteed. Pot Limit Omaha tournament. If you are an Omaha enthusiast, you don't want to miss out on that one, guys.
What did you say the buy-in was?
300 smackers.
$300.
I love suited wheel cards. So pretty.
Not when somebody has a big pair.
35 to go now for Kwong. Opening up the action. Action now back to Samir with the ace-5 of diamonds.
Probably calling.
Yeah.
I got to watch Samir play last night. So I got to learn how he is playing.
8 deuce. Not beautiful for either people.
Nope.
It's okay for Kwong.
Oh, yeah. Kwong, you're like, cha-ching.
Probably not much he's getting called by there. Well,
no. I mean, you're gonna bet just to try to take the pot down, so nothing
One of those scared cards hit on the
comes. But you can also check. I mean, you're not really afraid too much.
Right. Look at that. Kwong's got 100% VPIP. All right, he's only played a couple of hands. But those couple of hands, he's played 100% of them. Kings for Randon.
I've heard that's the second best hand.
Yeah, allegedly. Some might argue that it's like the 5th best hand because there's, you know, several different combinations of aces that you can have, but
All right, Mr. Technical. I was trying to make it funny. You ruined it.
I followed it with a funny.
Samir called with 7 deuce suited.
Love to see it.
He raises it to 15 and he gets called 4 times.
Jack deuce. Hey, what country starts with the letter K?
Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan. I was trying to think of something for kings, you know, because aces are American Airlines, so kings could be Kazakhstan Carway. Nope, that doesn't work.
Kayaks.
Yeah.
Kayaking in Kazakhstan.
Kayaking in Kazakhstan. There it is.
Is that better for you?
That is better. I was not thinking of a kayak as a method of transportation. But it is.
I've been told.
Oh, wow. Samir with the flush draw now.
He called with a bottom pair.
Wow, now he's all in.
Now he just jams.
And Randon folds.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Randon just folds his kings.
with enthusiasm, and then he tables the 7 deuce.
Wow.
Said, take it and like it.
Oh. There's a look at the chip counts now. Danny with 1,600 in his stack. Not the 7 deuce.
They're not playing the 7 deuce game, actually.
No,
15.
they're not. Brandon is going to be on tilt, calling it.
Oh, he's already on tilt. How he folded that hand?
Yeah. The rest of these hands will be played on tilt.
Putting you on the when you call him 55.
Not tilted enough to play 8-5 suited under the gun, though. And we do see a raise from Steven to 15 with a mystery hand.
It's always fun. Then you actually get to really commentate and not know what's going on.
Well, they used to do that, like, you know, back in the day in WCW, you know, Jack Link's mystery hand or whatever they called it.
The degree on it. That's not this one, but I know what you mean.
No, that was WPT, right?
I thought that was WSOP.
Because I remember.
Well, you know what? I don't
degree
care.
all in moment. I remember.
I swear I thought it was WSOP.
The late Mike Sexton saying that. And that would have been WPT. Am I wrong?
Brilliant, man. You were fucking king.
Anyways, back to something that matters here. Along with ace-5 of spades on the 7-tray deuce flop.
I think both of them were WSOP. Just different years.
Fair enough.
Norman Chad.
Norman Chad, the GOAT.
Irrelevant 9 on the turn. It goes check, check pretty quick.
Nope. Backdoor diamonds get there.
He does
and
hit
so does the wheel.
Yeah, I was about to say, he does hit his gutter. I mean, not that he needed it, but it makes him feel better.
That's 125 into about 300 and is obviously going to take it down. That was a big pot for checking every street. Oh, we've been told in the chat that I am incorrect and you are correct. WSOP for both.
Yay, thank you, Susan.
Norman Chad it was.
Oh, it's fun.
On that note, I'm out. No, I'm just kidding.
What time is it?
Sign up tomorrow for next Friday.
Don't have to get here by 6:30.
Bullshit. I got bullshit.
I never do myself. Terrible.
I remember your name though. Raise 25.
Randon raising it up with the King 10 offsuit.
Reset shirt.
I've heard somebody
Tilt
say
raise?
that.
Question mark?
Probably. I've heard somebody here at this club call that hand Houston Aces.
King 10?
Yes. I don't know why.
Seven players.
I definitely think it is overplayed a lot.
King 10 for sure.
We got to look at the flop before anybody else did. 7-5 tray, 2 clubs. Flush draw for Broad. And not much else for anyone. Pair of 3s for Wolf.
I was about to say, I think Wolf is the only one that hit a pair.
Feel it, Mike. Feel it.
Another 7 on the turn.
Now everybody has a pair.
Yeah.
Three bet 25.
It's amazing how Broad was the favorite
on
the flop and is now significant underdog.
One card changes that much equity.
It's heads up here.
And ace high gets the check mark.
That is. Why didn't you give it to me earlier?
Bluffing with the best hand is Steven here.
I'm still on.
It's a value bluff.
Yeah, value bluff.
Man.
Oh, yeah, look. That was it. That was the hand for Randon. He is out.
Feet open.
You know, that's I applaud you for that, Randon. It is difficult for most people to realize that sometimes it's just time to call it a night.
I think that means GTFO.
Oh.
You're in control of that. That's how they know they had to pay you to get a seat for it.
You say he gave up?
For the team up front, you gotta pay my front for seat.
Floor.
You gotta pay for it. Yeah, you gotta pay for it. 15 an hour. He hasn't paid for a seat yet, so it's 15.
Gone.
25.
Yeah, is there a seat open?
One seat open.
11:20. Yeah. Check. Check. Bet 75. Come on, join the party. An exact chip count, please, sir. Bet 200.
What's the buy-in? 500?
Oh, you don't have to, there's no minimum?
There's a minimum. There's a minimum 100, maximum 500 generally, or max stack. It's a max stack.
Oh.
Bet 200.
Yeah.
How much you got, Kevin? On stick shot.
Oh, my count?
You open on 9.
80? 380?
Seat 2 coming after.
I feel like seat 2 does.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying get him. All right. Tell him about it. 383, right?
380.
Tell him about it. Yeah, did you pay for your... Yeah.
Pair of eights here for Kwong under the gun.
45.
Gonna start us off with a $45 bet. Yeah, a pretty quick call
You guys
from
have fun
Wolf
there.
here with the king queen.
Not good.
That's what I can say. Don't follow that. If I'm not on the ship, y'all tell them to call it. Yeah. We got it like that. It's got a truck in the slide, right? Yeah. Who's that? Really? $45 for 2 bites. That'd be something we'd see for 2 days. Yeah, right? Pictures of the alien.
Ace, queen, 9 on the flop here.
Exactly like it. One more brush. Everything
Another 9 on the turn here. Doesn't change much. Bet from Danny is going to be good enough to take this one down with the worst hand. Well, chopping hand, actually.
Get on the gun.
Give it 5.
5 card. Feel the button now.
Omaha hand here. Looks like we're going to go 9 ways to a flop. 9 players in this hand at $10 apiece. We're going to see a flop of 10 for Trey with 2 clubs. Kevin, the only player with a flush draw, and it is not the greatest one. However, Kevin does have almost the most equity here, right behind Danny with top set. And Danny does pot it for $90 here. And action is going to fold all the way around, it looks like. And Danny is going to take down this pot.
Yeah, see that hand? I was good. We were at 8-3.
That's what I bet with.
I had 10-8.
Oh, Jack's all over the place. And this guy,
Bro, 7-9.
this guy comes out bet now like he's got it. Yeah, guys. I said, oh shit, ain't nobody gonna. Jack's on. Everybody has.
I had 10-8. And on the river, flush.
Four ways to a flop here. Jack 9-3. Kwong going to flop best here with ace jack.
Six bet 8. Oh,
Bro.
Call in and a call.
Mario.
All in for the Wizard here on the turn as he makes 2 pair, and we do have a call from Kwong very quickly.
One place. Twice.
I'm going to run it 2 times. 5 of diamonds. Locks that one up for the Wizard on the first run.
Yeah, you gotta wait for them. So.
And the deuce of spades locks up the second run. That's going to be a full double for the Wizard.
Down button.
Miguel, the stream is going to go for just about another 30 minutes or so. 20 minutes now, but another 20 minutes. We have actually stopped recording the game. We are just still broadcasting the delayed film that we have from the stream. But there is still plenty of action going on here at DogHouse Poker Club. Plenty of cash action going on. Bar is still open for another couple of hours. Come by and see us, guys. Kitchen's open late tonight. Food until 4. Got a bit of a hand developing here. We're going to go $30 times 5 to a flop here of Jack. Jack deuce, Wolf flopping 3 jacks. And Kevin's going to come out with a bet here with his 2 nines. Look at our chip counts there. Danny is still out in front with 1,700. Look at our cumulative winnings. Danny, the biggest winner at the table so far tonight.
Service, table 12, please.
Steven right behind him with $425. And there's a look at the VPIP. 90% VPIP for Kwong. He hasn't been here that long, so those stats aren't quite as fair as everybody else's. But Colin has been here since the start, as has everybody else. Well over 50%.
Six raise, 60. 7 and 8 fold.
Service, table 12, please.
Ace king of hearts for Kwong. Gonna 3-bet it up to $60 here. Action now back to Danny with 5 deuce of hearts. Gonna go along and make the call. We're gonna be head up to a flop here. Jack 10-8 rainbow. Good enough for a bet from Kwong and likely a fold from Danny right behind.
Just smack it.
Two call, big roll. Seven or eight, 60.
4-bet to $60 from Wolf here with Ace King.
Oh, messing around.
Tuesday's not messing around at all.
And Kevin said he's done messing around. Get it in there. All in with the good old Ace 9. Kwon gonna get out of the way. Wolf now probably has to make this call, I think. Kevin's doing this light here quite often. And he does make the call. Huge favorite. Just needs to avoid a 9 or spades.
So the way they do it here is if we go twice, it's got to be 2 boards.
Oh, 2 full boards?
You can only go twice above one.
Oh. I don't care, whatever you do.
You probably have to.
Do you have it?
What are we doing? Triple board.
2 boards coming.
Earth line.
Oh, a 9 on the first run for Kevin. And that is going to lock that one up for Kevin. So Kevin is going to win the first run. And here we go for a second run. We're going to see a flop of Queen 7-3.
Ace 9?
And we're going to chop it up. Ace King versus Ace 9.
So bad. 75 to make 9,000.
That's not a good risk. That's not a good investment.
It's like those drop bets in golf where they bet on the guy to not win the tournament. Spend like $10,000 or something like that to make 200.
Yeah.
Three calls. 4 fold. Five call, 6 call, 7 fold. Check, check. Check. Check, check. You bet 15. Sorry.
I mean, I got to bet you, but no one.
Steven does find a pair on the river here, but it's going to be no good. Hand number 96 of the evening. We are going to play until 100 hands have occurred. So we have this hand and 3 more And then that'll do it for us for this evening.
7 call. 9 fold.
Raise 30.
2 call. 3 call.
Confidence.
Call.
4 ways to a flop here.
Check.
Queen, deuce,
check.
deuce. Kevin with the deuce in his hand. Checks it. Another queen on the turn.
That's right.
And Colin's going to take a stab at it now with his jack 3.
Call.
Just a call from Kevin. Slow playing.
3 raise.
Wow, look at the heart from Steven here coming in for the raise with 9-7.
2 all in.
Cullen folds and Kevin gets it all in. Steven has walked into it now. How do you fold after this raise?
255 total. Hold.
I love the heart, though. Gotta love the heart from this guy.
Oh.
That didn't work yesterday. That didn't work out your way.
Tell him about it.
I thought you was embedded again on the turn.
Set you up again.
Gotta love the heart from Steven there on that raise.
Played even really bad. So all my chat.
Yeah. David had to play.
Ace-7 of clubs in the small blind. Going to start us off with a call here. We do have a $10 button straddle.
My side, all that.
Oh, yeah.
King 5 deuce with 2 hearts on this flop. Nothing for nobody. Broad's pair of 3s are in the lead. And now they are definitely in the lead with the set on the turn. Does give Steven a couple of outs to a wheel. He's going to have to pay for him.
Yeah.
One step in.
Feel it.
Go ahead, fucking king. That counts. Oh, fuck.
Yes, I make me. Feel it. Tell him the button. $2 from me. Turn the button.
Button straddle. Danny's going to start us off. He does have a pretty looking hand here. King, queen 5 in the Omaha hands.
Yeah. You're on a push draw and he thought you had a jack.
Raise 65.
I do it some push draw.
And he folded his king.
For fun.
2 call. 3 call. 5. Got it.
Got that VPA.
Collins owns the pre-flop raise percentage tonight.
Oh,
How's that been working out for me?
Looks like we're going to be going 6 ways to a flop here.
Exactly. How's that working out for you? Maybe you should stop doing it.
9-9-8 on this flop here. 2 diamonds. Danny with the best hand.
Call.
Stop messing around.
2 call.
$115 bets from Kwong here with a jack high flush draw and an 8 in his hand. The wizard called with a 10 high flush draw and a pair of 10s. And Danny has now called with the best hand. Ace of spades on the turn gives wizard the most equity in the hand now. Kwong counting out chips for another bet here.
Service, table 12.
Six all in.
And all in for Kwong here. Looks like 250 and some change maybe. 275 is the total bet. 275.
Nine calls.
The wizard is putting in the call with the best hand now. Danny is going to let go of his cards. 2 times we're running it. Wizard needing to fade a diamond. Does not do it on the first run. And the second run does. Looks like we are going to chop this pot up here.
Stop it up.
7 of diamonds is what I have. 7 of diamonds for a 10. Good call. I wasn't sure my diamonds were good, but I got a lot of potential in there. Then he's got a very good call. Then he's got
We don't have a good hand.
That's kind of hard for
I got you. I mean, I got you beat.
That from the beginning.
Right, right.
You got 2 on them? I
Fell off on his deck.
Alright guys, we got this hand and then one more and the live stream will be concluded.
We're gonna continue this in the game. I'm pretty sure if you guys want to keep playing this one, and want to bring out our regular deck. This one and the next one will be the last two that are recorded. 8 fold, 9 call. 2 call. 3. 9 call. Check. Really? Check this man 4 hours.
7 ways to this flop. Ace, 5, 7, 2 spades. We see a $50 bet from Kevin here. A pair of aces. Action folds around to Colin, who's going to make the call with a queen high flush draw. And immediately hits his flush. No waiting. Check, check. King on the river. $50 bet from Colin here. Pretty standard. Trying to get a little bit of value out of his flush here. Kevin trying to figure this one out here. Probably going through his head is if Colin has an ace, there's not very many kickers that he beats. And he does let it go. And we are off to the last hand of the evening, guys. This hand is going to complete the live stream for this Friday night. But the show will go on, as they say. Just will not be on film.
Keep me away from that paper. I know what's written on it. I saw everything.
Steve. Eight calls.
7.
We got a lot of this.
1,300.
$1 raise here from Steven with the good old 8-5 offsuit.
I didn't make $2 like that.
Queen 9-3 on the flop. Kwong flopping best. Nearly flopping everybody else dead here. He flops 92% favorite to win the hand.
Well, the stream's over. The game can go.
I'm done.
Thank y'all for playing.
All right, thank you all so much for tuning in tonight. I hope you enjoyed it. We'll be back again next Friday with some more action here from the DogHouse Poker Club.
Floor 12.
Thank you all much for tuning in. We'll see you.